Good morning, everybody. We got some work to do today. Alright. Got ourselves a destination for all of the frozen goods that we need to keep transported. Alright. Gonna get started today with a lot of driving, as is unfortunately gonna be necessary. So first we're back to Riverside. We are going to pick up everything there that's perishable, bring it with us to West Point, pick up everything there that's perishable, and then move forward to our destination. And I'm going to be using the step van to tow it, so that's why I'm not taking the trailer with me. I panicked there for a second. I was like, wait, should I bring the trailer? No, we're going to take the step van. It's going to be slow, but it's going to be worth it. Just because we're driving past it, I'm gonna stop by for a car wash. We're good on food and water for... I almost said we're good on water. Let's just grab something to drink real quick. Oops. Hey Hassan, how's it going? We've got a lot of prep work to do, but we are now moving in the direction of the military research facility. Yep, that is correct. It's been forever, but we've been stockpiling supplies for it. They're lucky they ran right out of the road. I had my thumb on the button. I was gonna pull out the 9mm. Yeah. Well, it's, you know, we needed to finish Irvington first, and Irvington is now done. Yesterday's stream was the finale for that. We, got to see for realsies whether there was any, gonna be any race cars at the Speedway, and there was not. And I'm just making sure I didn't take any wrong turns here. No, we're gonna go straight through Fallis Lake. It's fine. Hey there, Covington. How's it going? Welcome back. I was just telling other guy there that we have finished with Irvington, so we're basically done with the south side of the map for the most part. We are now headed back to Riverside to pick up a few things, and then we'll stop by West Point. I'm hoping that I can shut down generator operations at both bases so I don't have to keep going back. That search engine. I hope it's not search engine optimization, because I have bad things to say about SEO. Just talking algorithms. I did one of those in high school. Can't say that I've had. 42.14.1 and ambulances. Is it specific to ambulances or is it just vehicles in general? Because I mean, I've had. No, that doesn't seem to. At least nothing comes to mind with that. I mean, there have been times where I've attracted zombies from very far away with the ambulance, but that was very intentional. That's what the light bar is there for. I've never had it just do it while idling, though. Interesting. I wouldn't say that I'm very knowledgeable about it, at least not in its current form. Although I could tell you this, almost every search engine out there right now is currently polluted with efforts to monetize themselves. Even DuckDuckGo is, which is my preferred alternative. Alright, here we are, South Riverside. Keeping respawn suppressed on the South Road here. This will actually be the first time I'm back at my main base since the update. I don't think that's going to be a problem, but, well, if something's going to go wrong, we're about to find out. I hate respawns, but I expect to see them at this point. Oh, okay, so there's a drag race strip. I did not know about that. I'm looking forward to taking a look there. Right, so the fake free ads are one thing. Google puts them there because people pay to put them there, and Google makes more money from them than they do from you. That's really long and short of it. The second thing is that Google has no problem, even once you get past the ads, Google has no problem giving you dog shit search results for several pages, because every time you open a new page of search results, you load more ads. They have a direct financial incentive to continue giving you garbage, because the more garbage you have to scroll through, the more ads you're going to see. It's a really simple proposition, and I hate how it has come to that point, but that's where we're at right now as a society. Any opportunity to get more ads in front of eyes is the decision that's going to eventually get made. Unless somebody somewhere actually has principles, which, I don't know, they don't seem to last forever these days. Looks like everything with my base is looking good down here. No obvious problems with it after the update. Alright, let's see how bad the generators are. Still running. That's always a good thing. What? Okay. So obviously something went wrong with the update, and this generator did not actually consume fuel for most of the time we were away from base. And the other generator wasn't even running. We didn't even run the appliance, the fridge side generator. We didn't need to. So that's alright. I'm not going to complain about that. It makes me feel silly that I drove all the way up here to check it. In a true and fair world, this generator down here that I just checked that was only at 94% fuel, it should be down well below half at this point. But I'm just gonna say that probably had something to do with the game getting updated. It probably resulted in some sort of error in our favor. Whatever. I'm here to refuel it. I'm gonna refuel it. But I'm also here to empty the thing it was powering, which is what I'm going to do tomorrow. I think I already got rid of most of the overflow ammo I have here. Yeah, we're down to just a carton in each box. Except for the 357. I would like to have all of those. 357 was basically new as of the latest build. Right, no, I mean, Google used to be eventually what would get you the best results, but now it's not. And now, I don't use Google anymore. I use DuckDuckGo for everything. That doesn't mean that I'm actually going to find what I'm looking for, though. That doesn't really... I don't want to say that I've given up completely on just randomly searching the internet with search engines, but I don't do it very often anymore because I know it's not going to lead me anywhere. Search engines just... They all fucking suck now. There's no one engine that's actually good anymore. It's not a profitable business unless you're willing to make it an absolute shit user experience. Alright, let's get an actual tally of our freezer here. We've got... all three of them are full. Okay. That's okay. We can make use of all of this. I actually have some cabbages again. some garlic. But we're going to have to ship 39 times 3 of encumbrance. 117. We can probably handle that in the ambulance. But then when we get to West Point, that's when we will have much more to carry. So tomorrow we are going to take the step van here. The step van I used debug mode to bring it up to spec with the vehicles that are supposed to... Basically, they fixed vehicles with 42.14.1, if anybody's not familiar. We have... going on up there. Okay, there we go. Let's see, the whole front side of the base just disappears for some reason when I get close to it. Whatever. But what I'm saying about that, though, is we've got a perfect step van here. And we're going to be towing this one with us with the ambulance. Oh, yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's, it seems unpredictable. I have had some generators consume fuel as expected when I leave the area, and then I have some that don't, and I can't really seem to predict it. Like, I feel like, and this is just a feeling, I feel like when I get to West Point tomorrow, I'm going to sleep tonight here, and then I'll leave for West Point tomorrow. I feel like when I get to West Point tomorrow, my generator's running there. One of them is probably going to have consumed fuel. But I have 2 running there, so I don't know if it's going to be both or neither or what. We're gonna figure that out. Let's get the ambulance out of the way. We're gonna park the Plonky Mobile in a spot where I can quickly load it up. A little early for bedtime. We're going to go ahead and have a take a bath first. Animals look good. None of them are low on food. Thought I heard an upset moo, but no, we're good. Right. Let's fire up the light generator. And yes, that is correct. I have a separate generator just for the lights. So that I don't want to have to turn all the lights on and off. So that generator in the corner there is just for the lights. Ay, Dios míos. Well, actually, these lights right here used to be on a separate circuit, but now I can leave them on. I have a feeling that now that we're going to be shutting down the generator here tomorrow, we won't be coming back here for quite a bit. So I'm actually going to go ahead and take my winter gear with me. I don't suspect that I'll need the winter gear at the military research facility. It would take it would probably... Yeah, I don't suspect we'll actually need it there. But once we're done with the military research facility, because we won't need to come back here for... I don't think we'll need to come back here. That just means that this is my winter gear right here. It's just really warm stuff. We're just going to take all that with us. Oh, so what... well, basically with generators, placement is everything, right? Generators will power anything within, I think, 20 tiles, generally. So I have got 3 generators at this base. So in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, highlighted green, that's one of my generators. That generator right there is only powering the appliance wall here. So the white appliances on this wall, washer, dryer, and 3 freezers. And it also catches the light right here, which is whatever, one light. I'm not really worried about that. But this generator is just powering those freezers. And let's just say that I had just done a harvest and I need more than those 3 freezers. I've got the double fridge right here. This is on its own circuit. The other generator up here in the top the top left-hand corner of the screen, which is not currently running because I don't need I have not needed the fridge here for a while. So this generator up here powers pretty much just the fridge, and then that light. Now that light that I just turned on can get caught either by my light generator in the top corner, or the fridge generator. It's kind of like the construction light; it can go either way. But this generator up here basically catches everything in the base except for those far corner walls there. So if we right-click on this generator right here, we'll see that it is just powering 21 lights, and that's it. It's not always necessary to do that when you're designing bases, but because I chose to do these overhead lights, I like them because you can drive right underneath them, but their coverage is pretty weak. If I wanted to do things truly efficiently, I would use construction lights for everything instead of just, one in each corner. But yeah, it's fun. It works. So I've only got 8 encumbrance of winter clothes. I'm going to put those in the ambulance. I think, oh, you know what? These carrots are probably blooming. I didn't even really think about that. And I also have to put away this garbage bag that is in the trunk here. Yeah, let's just get all this out. This is easy to sort. And that does leave me with about 30 encumbrance left in the trunk. I'll think about what to do with that. Probably more construction lights, to be honest. I have a few in storage upstairs. This crop top and hoodie I'd been meaning to fix. I'll drop them on the floor here next to my tailoring station. What else? This baseball cap belongs with my alternative outfit, which is going to be in the black duffel bag here, I think. Or at least that's where it should be. Is it in one of the trash bags still? I thought I kept it somewhere. Aye, this is disorganized. Oh, it's in the laundry bag. Of course it is. So now I have 2, I guess. One head and the other head. I don't even know if I'll ever wear these boxers. I only picked them up because they are a very close match for my my scrubs. All right, purple dye. Here's our dyeing station right here with both hair dye and industrial dye. I have not tried industrial dye in the new patch. In the previous build, 42.13, it was softly broken, meaning it looked like it worked for a while, but then the colors reset to what they were by default. So, unfortunately, my comic book storage is completely full. That's funny. That's really funny. I guess there's no point in bringing comic books back home now. Yeah, even my duplicate book bin is full. Oi. I had been meaning to upgrade all of these crates from wood to metal, because metal crates do actually have more storage like they're supposed to. That's been a problem for a lot of B42. The metal crates didn't have more storage. In fact, there was really nothing special about metal crates for most of B42. But now they're fixed. But it's still a lot of work to replace them. Obviously, you've got to empty one completely, then build a new one, and then load it back up, and it's just that's a lot of time spent that I could be doing other things. All of my containers are full. Okay, that's all right. I don't have to think about it anymore. I got all the stuff out that I wanted to bring back from Irvington, and it wasn't that much because I have increased my discipline when it comes to allocating stuff that must come back to Riverside. It's just collectibles at this point. I sometimes forget that I have an entire ambulance dedicated to welding materials. This is more likely to go to West Point, or I'm sorry, yeah, West Point and then Louisville with us, because I already have everything welding related that I need staged for the military research facility. $30 full welding torches here, 3 full propane tanks. It really wasn't even necessary to bring this one. I needed to make a couple swords and a couple machetes because I don't remember what happened to the ones that I brought with me to Irvington. That was a bit of a silly situation. I'm going to make some swords and machetes at Muldrow as I pass through after. Well, no, I don't think I can do that. I don't think I can do that because it would not be a good idea to stop after visiting West Point. When I get to West Point, I'm going to want to load up what's in the freezers there and then leave ASAP, because I will already have a fridge full of stuff. Yeah. Okay. Tonight what I'm going to do is load stuff up into garbage bags to make it faster to transport this the freezer stuff tomorrow. Message is not showing. I don't know. I don't see anything getting blocked in the whatchamacallit, in the YouTube feed. Should be able to see it, but couldn't say. There we go. Sometimes loading a fully filled freezer into garbage bags is actually a very tedious process because I've already gotten the things completely filled up. I suppose what's more important is making sure that I get all the small stuff into garbage bags. The large stuff is a lot easier to just transport as is. It's already weird enough that we were able to fit 20 pumpkins into a chest freezer. That is a little sus. Not going to complain about it, but it's sus. Alright, these 2 pumpkins, I'll just separate them from the others and eat them sooner rather than later. Alright, it is 4:40. We're a little past our second bedtime. We're going to hit the sack. And then, bright and early tomorrow morning, we load up the Plonky Mobile and get out of here. I'm going to shut off the lights generator. I don't know. So right now, as far as I know, the, all footwear reduces your run speed ever so slightly, I think. I don't know that for sure, though. I'll just fix that stuff out in the field. Alright, hitting the sack now. And now we're going to shut off the freezer generator. So with that, all of my generators at Riverside are shut down. Once we get this freezer emptied out, we do not have to think about coming back to Riverside for a very long time. We are freed from our obligations here. And we're going to get fogged today. Great. I'm not going to let that stop me, but it's going to be annoying. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. So, everything that was in those garbage bags is already unfrozen. I think that's just a artifact of the game where the, whatchamacallit, the moment a freezer loses power. I don't know if carrots bloom or not. Let's find out. So that got us 19 carrots. We can collect seeds from carrots, can't we? No. No, we can't. Okay. So that means carrots do have a blooming phase. So I'm not going to harvest anymore. We're just going to come back here. We are going to come back here in a couple weeks. I guess. Do I really need more carrots? No, I don't really need more carrots right now. I don't know. To be entirely honest, I actually have no idea. Oh, I was gonna get more. I was gonna get more floodlights. It's too late now. It's too late. I'm committed. We've got to get to West Point now. Now, this may look like a miserable drive, but I actually think we're going to be all right. We've just got to get to open terrain, and we'll be able to get to third gear. Whenever you're towing a vehicle forward in Project Zomboid, the challenge, as always, is to get out of second gear and into third gear. 99.9% of vehicles, both towing and being towed, will not make it to third gear, and you will be stuck at a speed slower than 30 miles an hour, which will mean it's actually faster and more time efficient to just try to tow it backwards instead of ever bothering to try to tow it forwards. Why does it feel like everything got slower after I bumped into that zombie? That is a very odd feeling. I hate the fucking new vehicle collision with zombies system. I hate everything about it. It has been pissing me off more and more lately. Whatever, I'll deal with it. You know what? I will deal with it, but also, I forgot to refill my water before I left. I'm just going to refill my water really quick at one of these houses. I'm also going to do this. Also, you want to tempt, if you do lose a bit of speed in second, tap the brakes and you'll, whatchamacallit, drop back down to first. I'll help you gain some more speed back. Was it necessary to wash the blood? No. But this is what happens when I choose to drive a white vehicle. The zombie blood shows up, and it's a lot more noticeable. Now, I could take the tires off and get an even easier towing experience. No, I actually care about this step van. Yes, but I don't. Unfortunately, that is my shtick right now. I play the game exactly as the developers intended. Everything is default. All sandbox settings, all game settings, 100% default. For better, or in many cases for much worse. I don't dislike ragdolls. I just feel like they are well, they've been implemented at a very odd time during development. Hey, look at that, we're third gear. We might actually make it to fourth. I've never made it to fourth. while towing a step van with an ambulance, but it's probably possible. At least not while I'm towing a vehicle with the wheels still on it. But yeah, we can, I think right now my record is about 50 miles an hour with this towing setup here, which is not bad. 50 is perfectly acceptable for a long distance drive, as long as you're not constantly losing speed. The fact that I can take these turns and not have to lose speed is great. They actually tell us to turn it off. I didn't see that in the patch notes. I did see that the multiplayer has it off by default. I don't even think it's actually possible to turn on in multiplayer right now. I didn't check the pressure in the Delirio's, the Blunky Mobile there. I probably should have. I do remember that it made a somewhat measurable difference last time I paid attention to it. Oh yeah. To be entirely honest, I enjoy the ragdoll system. I just wish it was a little bit more stable. I haven't seen any flying zombies yet this patch. I have a feeling that they're not gone yet. I feel like the devs are not testing ragdolls in deep inter-city combat well enough to notice that that's been a problem. So our destination is going to be West Point. I believe some of the stuff that we've got there is already ready to move. Already bagged up, I believe. Now, if we get to West Point and we don't have enough room for everything, I'm just going to start sacrificing some of my watermelons. I already have way too many watermelons as is. Yeah, that was a moment that I feared right there. We had to take a hard turn, so I dropped out of third. So now it'll take me a while to get back into third. Whatever. Well, I don't think they have paid QA on staff. I could be wrong about that. Maybe they do have a paid QA on staff and they're just extremely overwhelmed. I could perfectly believe that. But yeah, my experience is telling me that they probably don't have a paid QA on staff and they just kind of test things a little bit themselves and don't dig too deeply in. You could definitely be right though. I mean, that's literally what unstable beta is for, but at the same time, community testing is not really a good substitute for a paid QA. Community development would... I've espoused the virtues of this before, but I really do think that Project Zomboid should just... Well, I say this about a lot of early access games. They should just make themselves open source. There are frameworks of doing that don't involve just, giving the game away for free. A lot of people would think that, if you make it open source, then what's to stop people from just, going to GitHub and downloading the game, compiling it themselves, and then running it? Well, right there, the word compiling it themselves, there are very, 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 very few video game players who are going to be competent enough with Java to build the entire game from its source code, just so that they can avoid paying a couple bucks to play the game. Convenience is always the key, and very, very, very few people aren't just going to pay a few bucks to bypass that nightmare. So right off the bat, Zomboid is more attuned to it than others. I mean, hell, even an Unreal or a Unity game they both have their own compilation problems to go from the project to the actual playable game. But other people would have concerns about things getting stolen and by competitors, for example. but how many Java games out there exist right now? Who's going to be stealing the Java code from Project Zomboid to make their own game? I just don't see it happening. Now, that doesn't mean that it won't happen. One thing that a lot of small-time open source developers have to worry about is people will steal their code completely and then just ship the exact same product with a slightly different name change. That's always a big concern. But one of the things you can do with Project Zomboid specifically is on your GitHub page, you know, where you've got the code, don't actually include the assets, right? So none of the textures, none of the models, none of that, just the code. So people who actually want to contribute to development will have to buy the game in order to get the rest of the assets through Steam. But I digress. That is that's my fantasy on efficient early access game development. I don't know if I can't name any games off the top of my head that do that. So I would go as far as to say that it's untested at the very least. Well, the funny thing is about the ammo name changes too is they didn't even like change them to something unique. They just took it's like they just took the string names from whatchamacallit, from Vanilla Firearms Expanded. I don't know if how many people watching right now, how many of you guys have heard me talk about this before, but I looked at the code for aiming in this game because I was looking at all the various factors that affect your aiming capability, and I noticed that there's a manual check in there at one point for whether your gun has thermal sights, and that was very fascinating to see because that means that code does currently exist in the game for thermal sights. I'm going to assume that it's going to be something like the red dot sight, and you can only slap it onto a M16 or a now an M1A. That's just a guess. But ever since I saw that as of the latest patch, we've got laser sights, I feel like we're one step closer to thermals. Thermals plus, well, okay, thermals is going to be a PvP thing most likely. I don't see it being very useful against zombies, because zombies don't really care that much about the dark. If a zombie hears you and you're within their line of sight, they will most likely be able to get you. I've never tested this, but I'm pretty sure even if it's pitch dark, I'm pretty sure zombies have no problem targeting you if you're close enough. I don't think zombies rely that very much on light. Is this where I want to take my shortcut? Yes. So this is going to be a little difficult, but there's going to be a lot of zombies if I try to take the road. Alright, this is going to be very difficult. It actually sounds like a train. We'll call this a supply train right here. But you see, what we're doing right now is we're probably not going to be able to make it anywhere near third gear right now. And actually, I should probably just get out and switch. Yeah, I'm gonna switch directions. It'll be easier to tow backwards like this. But we're doing it like this because we are bypassing a lot of zombies by doing it like this. The other road that I could take right now is no, not a good idea. Yeah. See, if you have to go off-road, towing backwards is probably always going to be the better solution. I'm used to being able to have a lot of room to swerve. Trying to go in a straight line while going backwards, that is a challenge right there. It feels like there's always a little bit of drift. That's more like it. I am pleasantly surprised that we have not drifted much from this trajectory. I expected the van to drift a little bit further. There's the road. Thank you. We don't have trains in game yet. This is the closest we're going to get to trains. Oops. Now, I do expect to see a number of zombies on this road. I think we're going to have enough room to bypass them all. I feel like we may we might not see that. I feel like having looked at the code for towing, I feel like chain towing of any sort, even if it's just tow something with a trailer on top of it, I feel like that is a little too much for the devs of this game. Unless, okay, so remember, Filibuster Rhymes is on staff now and he's redoing all the vehicle code, so I can't rule anything out. I can't rule anything out. Even our wildest dreams could come true someday. Because we now have somebody on staff, a paid staff member of the Indy Stone, who actually fucking cares about vehicles. That is something we have not had for the first 13 years of this game's development. We're going to let him work his magic. I'm sure he'll do something. I just hope the original two, Lemmy and the other guy, I forget the other guy. Does anybody in chat know the original two developers? I know one of them is Lemmy. Who's the other guy? Oh shit! Fuck. Yeah, but who is the other guy? It's Lemmy and it's not Lemmy and Nasco, is it? I thought Nasco was one of the community managers they brought on afterwards. I have no idea though. I just see Nasco always publishing the patch notes, and that makes me think that he's just one of the CMs. But anyway, here we are at our West Point base, and we're just going to pull this train right into the train station. One of the reasons I have so much stuff stockpiled here at the West Point base is because I was unsure of how long it would be before I went to West Point, or I'm sorry, before I went to Louisville. And so it made sense to stockpile things here at West Point, because West Point is on the road to Louisville. Oops. So let's see if this generator got any use. Yeah, this one did not either. Though this one also benefited from the, whatever that glitch is, that some generators don't always get their resources used. We're going to be closing up shop here too, so I don't need to turn that back on. That generator right there that I just turned off was, well, it should have turned this fridge off. It did. The fridge doesn't look like it's off, but it's off. A lot of what we have here is watermelon and pumpkin. Now, pumpkin is more valuable than watermelon, so pumpkin gets the priority. Watermelon, basically all you can do with it is turn it into salad. This is FR6, actually. And this was a mix of pumpkin and watermelon. Okay, so we do actually still have a little over 30 encumbrance that we can dedicate to watermelons. And I mean, we still have the trunk of the ambulance. And in fact, we can repair the trunk of the ambulance right now because we have a surplus of steel sheets here. So the double fridge here is fully empty. And all that's left in the double freezer there is watermelons. We can fit 3 more watermelons in the Plonky Mobile. All the other watermelons will be hand carried. We'll do something with them. Worst case scenario, we'll just part them out for seeds. I was off by 1. Okay, whatever. So I'm going to replace the welding torch in my field kit with one from the floor there, which is full. And we're going to slap a repair onto the trunk of the ambulance, long overdue. Back from 124 to 169. And now the ambulance can afford to take the remaining watermelons. Well, pumpkins, okay, so pumpkins, what I recently found out about some pumpkins is that they're actually really good for roasts and stir fries. Because you can put pumpkins just straight up as a pumpkin. You can add a pumpkin to a recipe for 20 hunger. Or, separately, you can turn around and, God damn it. This zombie is trying to attack me and my hands are full. Like, my hands are really full. That's going to attract more of them, which is going to cause even more problems. That's alright, I'll survive. Just got to get these watermelons out of my inventory, deal with the generator there, shut the fence. But yeah, so pumpkins, what you can do is you can either slice them or smash them, and smash them into chunks or slice them into slices. Chunks and slices also count as separate ingredients. So you can make a stir fry using nothing but pumpkin and still get 3 different types of ingredients, which is, if you know about the evolved cooking recipes, using different ingredients increases the enjoyment. of the recipe. God damn it, man, I'm trying to do something here. And I didn't even get a chance to check to see if this generator was, this generator was definitely the one that had been used up. It was probably at 40% something, because this gas can got completely emptied and it's still not 100% full. But you know what? That's okay, because we don't need to turn it back on. We're done here. We are done here. We are done with refrigeration ops. Now, the, whatchamacallit, the paradigm I just described with pumpkins is, not quite the same with, it's not quite the same with watermelons, because with watermelons you can smash them and slice them, and chunks from smashing and slices from cutting, they do count as two different ingredient types. However, you can only put them in salads. You cannot put them in any other thing that requires a recipe to be cooked. So, like, we cannot have any watermelon pies, for example. I'm guessing that that's true in real life. I've never heard of a watermelon pie, and I'm going to assume that that's probably because watermelons are a little bit hard to, like, actually cook. It's rather curious, the game decided to just... I don't know if you guys noticed that. The moment I turned on the generator, it spawned out of gas signs. That's kind of funny. Now, we got hungry just now, and we don't actually have any food on us. All that perishable food that we just loaded up is in the other vehicle. So I may actually eat into my emergency foods here. If I get to stage 2 hunger. We might get some all draw before that becomes a problem. Oh, interesting. That would be interesting. Now, watermelon, another thing about watermelon is it's a very hydrated fruit. Literally in the name. So, because it's so watery, I imagine that also makes it a little difficult to use properly. Doing some maneuvers here. I really should be getting out and killing these zombies, but I would only want to do that if I was going to be on this road regularly. Now that we've closed up shop here, I won't have to come back here until it's Louisville time. I imagine that... I feel like you could make some good preserves with watermelon. I've never heard of that, though. That's another thing that I've never heard of, is watermelon preserves. I feel like if it's already got it's already got a lot of its own water in it, you just have to add the necessary preservatives to it. Fucking... I didn't remember that that fucking thing is there. That cost me. That cost me. How did that not cost me? I expected trunk damage from that. I have no idea how I didn't get trunk damage from that. I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to smile and nod. That should have been devastating for my trunk. That was a direct hit from the vehicle I was towing, drifted forward and hit my trunk. And I had to push the vehicle back using my trunk, but somehow somehow it's still at max capacity. Now this would be a scenario where I would sleep when we get to Muldra, because that would be the reasonable thing to do, but we've got a ticking clock over our heads with the all of the produce that is currently thawed and needs to get into a freezer, so we're going to go straight to our destination. Actually, I may need to check the map here. Yeah, that was a skill issue right there. I got distracted. I started thinking about something else. Yeah, there's trunk damage to my ambulance. Minor, but I just fixed it. I should be used to it at this point. See, I went out of my way to cut a hole through all the wrecked cars. It wasn't enough. It never is. It's almost like they placed these fucking things strategically. Tell me that wasn't an intentional placement of zombies. No, it wasn't. It's all random heat maps. Come on! Fuck you! I hate the new fucking collision system. Fuck you! That's not how collisions work. The thing should be up and laying on the hood. Yeah, just like the movies. Alright, anyway. I'll laugh if I should have made the next turn. No, I need to go straight to MRF prep site, so we are going to turn north at the Muldra Crossroads. We'll have smooth sailing until we get to the corner around Muldra proper here. After that corner, we will have a little bit of interference there. Oh yeah, no, I road rage heavily. Not that much in real life, actually. In real life, I am a defensive driver, highly defensive. Alright, for anybody joining, welcome. We're getting some logistics done ahead of time for the military research facility assault. Here is our Muldra base. We don't need to pick up anything here, though. We are good. We need to blitz our way to the MRF prep site, where I've got some generators and freezers waiting for us. The Plonky Mobile here is going to... It's basically full of produce that needs to get back into a freezer ASAP. You're telling me to bump my cruise all the way up from 10 miles an hour to 50? That's a lot of tapping. That's a lot of tapping. This is the this is not necessarily I don't know if you could call this sailing. This feels more like whitewater rafting right here. Just constantly worrying about dodging things, lest you have a collision that could be very devastating. Funny thing is, I've never really done whitewater rafting. I've done some kayaking on some with a little bit of current, but I've never done whitewater rafting. That is it's a little too dangerous for me. I've done canoeing with heavy portages. That's probably the worst I'll ever want to do in life. We canoed the back when I was in the Boy Scouts. We canoed the border lakes between Minnesota and Canada. That was a lot of fun. While we were on the water, it was fun. In between the lakes, when we had to carry the canoes, that was not fun. I don't want to ever have to do that again. Alright, so we're going to take a right. That'll take us by Rosewood. Sorry, a left. We're going to take a left. It's a question of when exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that it never sounded very appealing to me. I can understand the appeal. I definitely understand the appeal. It just doesn't speak to me. Because the whole idea is you're trying to master the craft. You're trying to master your own craft in a current that you have no control over. I prefer to have more control over my situations in life. Alright, this is where I would turn to go back to Riverside, but that's not where we're going. I need to stay on this road until we get to Harley Chase here, then take a left. Now, I'm not as familiar with this route. I can't tell you the last time I went this way, specifically. I've taken this road before, just never this particular direction. Hence, you can see me exploring territory. So I've quite literally never driven this side of the road. But yeah, if anybody is not familiar, the military research facility is, the inlet is on a dirt road that is kind of around the corner from Rosewood. So technically speaking, the closest town with a gas station is Rosewood. Not that gas is going to be a particular concern right now, but in the future it might be. Maybe that's why I still have those. I ended up leaving all of my empty cans back at base. Maybe I should have taken a few. Too late. Now that being said, this means Muldraw isn't quite as far away from the MRF prep site as I was afraid it might be. Now, I keep saying MRF prep site. What I really mean is just the place where the road goes from an asphalt road to a dirt road, which is right here. So that is our destination. We're not far from that. I just wanted to make sure this was the correct turn here. Yeah, it probably does. I have not looted any of the residential at Rosewood. I have looted the commercial drive there. Most of the commercial drive down the main street of Rosewood, and of course the police department and the fire department, those have all been looted. But we barely drove, like we drove down the road, just checked all the houses, so that there are no survivor houses. Yep, that is that's something I had to factor into all of my plans. That's one of the reasons that I set up a prep site at the mouth of the dirt road, because the dirt road is basically just going to be filled with trees. And one of the many things that I have there at the prep site is One of the duffel bags I have there is full of firefighter axe heads. So we'll probably go through 1 or 2 axes, chopping through trees. Garages in Rosewood are a gold mine. Interesting. Well, we'll be well positioned to take a peek if that becomes the case. Now, what I'm really hoping is that we never took any side or trunk collisions on the step van. I can't guarantee that, but that's what I want to say is the case. I think the van has, the ambulance has tanked most of the hits for us. Yeah, windows are no concern. I've got a sledgehammer. I can open anything. Come on now. It's being finicky with me here. Getting out of second. There we go. Starting first. Now get me in second. Catch me up to third. We might actually make it there just in time for bedtime. I don't know if that's going to be a good or a bad thing because we don't have a safe place to sleep out there yet. Oh, look at that. Right as we get to third gear. Here's a turn. This might be big enough. I can handle it. So we're also driving right past the gas station for Rosewood, where we've got a base set up. But just like our other bases that we've driven past, it does not have the infrastructure to store all of the frozen stuff in the Plonky-mobile, and therefore there's no point in stopping. The whole point of this trip was to collect all of our perishables from the freezers so that we can get it all frozen in one place. I really wish that there was some way to turn the Plonky-mobile into a refrigerated truck. I used to factor that into my early game strategy, is to get napping to level 4 so that I could make a large stone axe head. But the surplus of firefighter axe heads that I end up getting through my typical strategies, yeah, definitely feels like that is the most useful thing to use. The firefighter axe heads just have the nice, that they have the proper balance between damage and not using as much stamina. I'm guessing that if you get to high level axe skill, like maybe like 7 or 8, you can probably use a wood axe without as much stamina problems. But right now I have such a stamina problem despite being fitness level 9 that I'll cut 2 or 3 trees with a wood axe and I'll already be winded, when I could have cut 5 or 6 trees with a firefighter axe and before getting winded. So after passing Rosewood here, we're coming up on the next left. That will be that'll take us to the MRF prep site here. And this is where we started the stream today. We had just dropped off one of our other step vans, which is full of ammo. Now we've got this one, which is full of food. That's a curious effect. The new tail light effect for vehicles is flickering on the Plonky-mobile. Now, all we've got here are red generators instead of yellow ones. That's okay. We have yellow ones waiting to be brought forward to replace them. That dirt road right there would also lead, it would intersect with the one that we're about to get to. but the other one has a bigger entryway, which is why I use that instead. Now, I think... So you guys may have noticed we've got very uncomfortable debuff because of, now that we're hungry and the max carry away is reduced, we're overloaded. I'm not as upset about the fact that it builds stress instead of unhappiness, because stress is easier to get rid of than unhappiness. At least as long as you're not a, you know, if you're somebody who gets stress from other sources, like hemophobe or smoker. Well, the devs have never liked you guys to begin with, so I don't know what you're doing. First of all, I don't know what you're doing because the devs hate you guys. Second of all, yeah, you're gonna have a bit of a rough time. But what else is new, right? Alright, so here is one of 2 generators. Fire this one up. We even brought some floodlights with us. We're gonna put one next to the, next to each. And get the ambulance out of the way here. Plunky Mobile. We'll drive it ourselves. And some of my strawberries are already going stale, because of course they are. And I did not optimize these. No, I did not optimize these. Meaning I can't just put them all into these, I can't just put them all in. I have to redo the bag slightly. It's okay. We'll manage. So, I should have known that some of those strawberries were ready to go stale. Okay, these 3 freezers are filled up optimally, so I didn't have to do that much extra work. And here's 3 more freezers. We won't fill all 3 of these up, and that's okay, because we actually still have perishables back at the Irvington base. Did I get too close? Yeah, I parked too close. Okay, so each of these freezers, Each of these freezers are about 25 out of 39 encumbrance full. So that just means of course, I did take damage to this trunk. It is 200 instead of 208. Whatever. The fuel usage for each of these generators is going to be 262. Actually, no, just 260. 0.0260. That's if I shut the lights off, which that's okay. We can deal with the lights for now. Yeah, 100%. I need to sleep. It's my bedtime. So I am going to do something a little cheesy here. In the trunk of my ambulance, I have a camping kit. You know what? I've also got a ton of watermelons that I forgot about. I'm just going to go ahead and put all the watermelons into the freezers that'll fit. I did say before that I have too many watermelons, and that is 100% correct. However, I'm going to preserve what I can while I can. Okay, so I'm still carrying around 4 watermelons. That's fine. We'll do something with those right now because we're hungry. And I do have some bowls in my camping kit. Need a crafting surface. I believe the freezer counts. Yeah. So of the 4 watermelons we have, we're going to slice 1 and smash 2. Reason for that is smashing only gives 5 chunks, while slicing gives 10 slices. So now we have 10 of each, and we're just going to start throwing those into salads. Right now I don't have any other ingredients, so I'm just going to do 3 of each type of watermelon. So 3 chunks and 3 slices. And that creates 2 fruit salads that are close to 60, which is great. I'm just going to eat the leftover chunks, straight up. Alright, we unpack the tent, unpack the sleeping bag, place the tent. And put the sleeping bag in the tent along with a pillow. Because this is a high quality sleeping bag, we will get a average quality of sleep. Oh god, yeah. No, that's coming. Yep. Someday we will have to deal with freshness being inherited. Alright, with the Plonky-mobile completely emptied, it's going to be what we drive back to Irvington with. So we're going to drive back to Irvington tonight, and we're going to load up whatever we can. Both the generators. We're going to load up the generators, all the perishable food, and we'll take we will take a fridge, probably not the fridge. Yeah, we'll take a fridge. We'll probably be a little bit late getting to sleep. I predict it's going to take a little longer than 30 minutes in-game to get all the way down to Irvington from this road. That's okay. Cabin in the woods. We won't be building a cabin. All the materials we brought with us are mostly metal. It has been a very long time since I've built my own field base from scratch. I have a few ideas for that. But again, I also don't know exactly where I'm going to build the base, which is why I just have everything on the floor out there. Because this is uncharted territory for me. Alright, here's the turn. It's already 4 a.m. Actually, I do have a safe house to sleep in on the road here. I was not expecting to use it again, but since it's there, I'll use it. There are several cabins in the woods in this game. So this house here that is safe to sleep in has been cleared relatively recently. And therefore, I want to say we won't run into too much interference. I do see one Zed to the north there. Now, when I say safe to sleep in, what I really mean is there's a bed with a pillow behind a door on the second floor. And that is my minimum standard for a place to sleep. So any Zeds who would want to come and nom on us, well, first of all, they have to fight their way into the first floor. That leaves them plenty of doors to attack. Second of all, they have to get all the way up to the second floor and then break that door. So it's not the safest place to sleep, but it has standards. We even got rain today. September 11th, 1994. We are about, what is that? That's, well, whatever it is in months, 400 some odd days. Make that 1 year, 2 months, 10 days. Now this, whatchamacallit, the info tab here on the left-hand side that shows you your number of days survived, it actually gets less accurate over time because it assumes that all months have 30 days. Interesting. I'm going to try that next time I have to do that. Because right now, it seems like it only ever uses my fucking water bottle every single time. 100% of the time, it uses my water bottle every time. But I also don't typically try to do primary hand, so I'm going to try that next time. If anybody's not familiar with this area, this is basically the southernmost road on the map. And it kind of goes for a very long way. It goes straight to the east. or sorry, straight to the west, and then we curve north here a little bit, and then I'll go west again. It will take us to the bottom of Irvington. So, one of the things that we're going to want to do when we get back there is I want to take one of the generators with me, leave one of the generators there. I have tried getting out and killing everybody on this road before. I'm going to try it again. Because I'm so sick of these fucking roadblocks. I'm sure there'll be 50 more next time I try to run down this road. Literally later this morning, I'm going to be going back down this road. Yeah, that's right. We're doing drive-bys now. At least if I can keep track of where the corpses are, then I can drive around them. Just so sick of these fucking things. They wander in out of nowhere and then they just stay in the middle of the road forever. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna need it. Military research facility is a nasty place. Definitely nowhere near as easy as plinking targets on the road here. God, man, there's no end to this shit. I just want a clear road to tow down for a second. Come on now. Out of the road, please. Works for me. I think that was... I'm not saying anything. There are plenty more. For anybody joining, welcome. We are just getting all of our ducks in a row for the military research facility attack. That was a side hit, wasn't it? Of course it was. Of fucking course it was. I hate this game so much. I can't wait to play it some more. You notice there's already a bunch of corpses on the road. This is just a recurring problem. I don't know what it is about this road. Once we get past the cattle farm, it doesn't really make sense for there to be a billion zombies, and yet there are. It's nothing but residential aside from the cattle farm. But this is Irvington. Residential in Irvington is... If you know, you know. If you don't think about it too hard. It'll break your brain. Anyway, here's our base at Irvington. We have a lot of Corvettes and Mercia Langs and whatnot because I was hoping to find some race cars. Race cars that I could use the good parts here that I found to upgrade. No, we found 0 race cars, 0.0. So this fridge right here is actually probably going to come with us now. The fridge has got 2 freezers in it. Both of them are already full. One of them full of variety stuff. The other full of potatoes and watermelons. Thankfully, the potatoes are already allocated into garbage bags. So this will not be too difficult. This will be too difficult at all. And the best part about these double fridges, they're really heavy, like normal fridges, but when you go to pick them up, it just drops the 2 halves on the ground. So these 2 halves, I don't need to worry about clearing stuff out of my inventory so that I can move it. I can just put it straight into the trunk. Except I can't fit it in the trunk because the trunk has taken damage. There we go. I'll hand carry the rest of those potatoes, I suppose. That does not leave us with too much more room. I know there's some stuff in the freezer here. Actually, this freezer is full. Let's toss some of this. You could not pay me to care about stale stuff at this point. So yeah, this stuff is just going straight into the garbage. Now, we are probably... The chances of us coming back here are pretty slim. And therefore, it does not make sense to leave anything behind that we do not already have lots of elsewhere. That said, almost everything that's left here I do have lots of elsewhere. So I don't expect Yeah, like some of these pagers, I can make remote controllers with those. All 12 of these batteries, that's just another, that is a box of batteries right there is what that is. Oops. One of the reasons I went over there was to find some more garbage bags. There we are. I knew I had more over here. So this garbage bag will be filled with the contents of the freezer here. Now we're not quite ready to shut down the... Oh, this only had 16 in it. Most of this is going to stay here. We'll just take a few painkillers. And we should be good on construction materials. Oh, I say that. But I think it's accurate. I recently learned how to make plaster without plaster powder, so we do not need those. There was a part of me that wanted to paint the new base that we're going to have, to paint it gray. So when it comes to which vehicles I want to take with me, in addition to the step van, obviously, we are going to take the... I may come back for some others later, but for now, what we're going to take this time is the fire truck. And it is in the fire truck that we will put the yellow generator that we're going to take with us. Now the fossil truck has got some welding equipment in it that I want. Particularly, I would like 24 of those. Or actually, we should already have the iron pipes that I need. Yeah, we should already have the iron pipes that I need, but let's take the steel bars, steel sheets, spare engine parts, scrap metal. And then any space left over can go to iron pipes, however many that ends up being. $16 is a good number. That's 2 gates right there. Now I have another generator here. It's underneath this van because of a weird thing that happened. I'm going to move this generator. The only reason it was placed all the way over here was so that I could have separate circuits. But if and when I do come back here in the future, I'm not going to need separate circuits. So I'm going to move the generator over here to the center. And hook it up here. And then leave its maintenance bag with it. Okay. Who knows if I'll need a butcher hook, why not? We are now going to use the fire truck to tow the Plunky Mobile, and that will conclude all preparatory activities. Because I don't already have a bucket of water. I think the D6 will be able to perform similar to the ambulance in terms of towing. I may be wrong. We might make it. It feels like it's getting a little faster. Yeah, I think we're gonna make it. This tells me that we made the correct decision and whatchamacallit, clearing the road. Look at that, 3rd gear. We made it, boys. We made it 3rd gear. So when we get to our destination, we've got a yellow generator and a double fridge. So all we got to do is unload all of that in a separate spot from our other generators, and we've got the trifecta going. Yeah, hopefully that 10 HP wasn't a break point. The ambulance was 490. I forget what the fire truck is off the top of my head. I don't usually pay attention to anything but the ambulance because it's just well, heavy duty. Look at that, we even made it to gear 4. We're doing better than we did with the ambulance. Amazing. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. Nice. So, yeah, the ambulance now. Okay, so we're only getting this results because the vehicle that we're towing is a step van. Step vans. KTO brought this up. Shout out to my homie. Step vans for some reason are much easier to tow than basically everything else in the game, which I find to be very, very funny. Because step vans are also, especially because this step van is loaded completely. Step vans are also kind of the heaviest vehicles in the game. And so you would think they'd be the hardest to tow, but no. Yeah. Yeah, the non-emergency D6s, they're only really useful for, whatchamacallit, for the open bed. I've espoused a couple times in the past that trucks are very, very, very helpful for picking lots of things up off the ground. So if you're running around cutting a bunch of lumber, which we will be doing, we'll probably be taking the fire truck with us while we do that, so that we can clean stuff up off of the road. That'd be quite interesting. I'm perfectly okay with that, because I'm a step van enjoyer. Step vans are second on my list of favorites, ambulances being at the top for their versatility. But step vans, of course, for their storage space. I do like it that I can briefly take my foot off the gas and not immediately lose fourth gear. We just have a lot of RPM for that, and that's great. 4,500 RPM. This is definitely something I'll be doing a lot of in the future, is towing with a, I'll probably use the fire truck more often than the ambulance for long-distance towing now. I have tried the Corvette in the past. I don't think I've ever tried a Corvette with a step van. I would be interested to see how that feels. It probably works okay. Yeah. Oh, I know what I forgot. I forgot my spice bag. That's okay. I had intended to go back to Irvington to get... Come on. That was probably a side hit on the Plunky mobile. I hate this game. I hate this game so much. The problem with this game right now when it comes to vehicles taking hits and losing durability from it is that the lightest of taps to the side of a step van will reduce its storage space. Is the stupidest part of this game by far. The amount of force it would take to dent the side of a van in real life is so much absurdly higher than what you see in this game that there's no comparison. And yet... Now, okay, I'm not talking about really, really light dents. I'm talking about dents that would actually have an impact on what you can fit in the trunk of the van. You'd have to be swerving at like 40 miles an hour. Like actually swerving so that you had a parallel hit. Or, I'm sorry, a perpendicular hit. But no, the devs have got to come up with a way to make it so that vehicles are not always good and everything always gets worse over time. We must be miserable, otherwise we're not playing Project Zomboid. Yeah, that literally should never break. I am glad that they caved on the concept of sharpness. I'm a little annoyed at how often we have to sharpen, but that's fine. That's probably not even that unrealistic. All right, folks, we are here. Well, a little farther. A little farther, it'll be up here on the left. We want a bigger map, they said. And we got exactly what we asked for. All right, folks, I appreciate everybody's patience through all the driving this morning. There's been a lot of it, but we are finally coming close to the driving. Next, we get to do wood cutting. So we get to go from one form of tedium to another. That's okay, I'm not too mad about that. This is to be expected after a couple of years. Alright, I'm going to put the generator for the fridges up here a little further. First, I'm just going to connect it and turn it on and make sure it's not too close to any of the other, no, not too close to any of the other appliances. Honestly, I'll probably just put the fridges right next to it. Move the truck up a little further. Most of what's in it we won't need for a little while. Let's go ahead and just ditch these bushes. I could off-road through bushes with the truck, but trying to do it with a step van is infinitely more annoying. The step van here is what has all of the stuff we need to put in the fridge, as well as the fridge itself. Now, actually deploying the fridge, we will have to, oh, here we go. I did get a little bit of blood on the Plonky-mobile. Let's try what KTO recommended. We are equipping a bucket of water in the primary hand. Look at that, it didn't fucking work. Our sports bottle was still used up. Good try, man, good try. But no, this game fucking hates us. That just means I have no drinking water left. I probably shouldn't have done that. That was a bit of a risk. That did not pay off. what to do about that. We can get more drinking water if we straight up boil. What we can do is we can take one of these buckets. Pro tip, if you have an entire bucket of water, you can put it in an oven or over a fire and boil the water, all the water in the bucket, and just get 10 liters of fresh water that way. So that is that's something we actually might be liable to do at this exact point. Just don't do it with a wooden bucket. I have a feeling it won't work. In order to deploy the fridge that I want to deploy here, we're going to need to drop some weight. So off comes the backpack and the satchel here. And also taking off some guns and the sword. There we go. We are under 10 encumbrance. We can pick up the fridge. A little close. I'm gonna have to pull forward. I want to be able to empty stuff into the fridge, but I couldn't stand in front of it. All right, so now we have already got a freezer bag for this side, freezer bag for that side, potato bag and watermelon for one of the fridges, and then whatever's in our backpack also needs to go in the fridge side. So remember, both sides of these double fridges come with both a fridge and a freezer. But this is, in terms of power consumption, doing it this way using a double is slightly more power efficient because you actually get fridges that are 65 or whatever your trade is for storage. You'll get slightly more storage. And then in the passenger seat of the fire truck, we've got another garbage bag. This was supposed to be for freezer stuff, I think. Yeah, this is supposed to be freezer stuff. Jesus Christ, 2 of those egg cartons are already stale. I hate how quickly some of this shit goes stale. Oh, maybe I should actually turn the generator on, perhaps. The potatoes and the pumpkins can go straight back into the fridge. As can the eggs, I suppose. And I will go ahead and use up the fruit. But as for the rest of this stuff, better off in the freezer. I'm going to swap out some of the watermelons on this side. Actually, we're going to use up these strawberries too. Perfect. Alright, we can get started. First axe that I'm going to use up is the axe from the field kit in the ambulance, because it's actually seen a rather... I left the ambulance running. Wow. That was really stupid of me. I shouldn't have done that. Huh. Too late now. Anyway, axe from the field kit in here has taken quite a bit of damage and is liable to be replaced. We have not solved our water problem. I need to solve our water problem. We never did bring a cooking appliance. There's probably a house pretty close to here. Let's. I'm gonna abuse b42map.com real quick here. Lovely website, highly recommended. We are gonna take a look and see what the nearest house is. b42map.com. We are down here in the here-ish area, and we've got a house, a couple houses, just right down here. Great. Yeah, we need a cooking appliance. So we are going to head down there and steal somebody's stove. I could build a campfire, and I have no qualm. I would have no qualms doing that if there was not a very conveniently placed house right nearby that I could steal from. Whoa. Frame rate drop there. Okay. So we're just headed down this way until we see a gravel road. Hopping on the gravel road, and then there is a couple of options. There it is. Oh yeah, look at all that. No zombie. No zombie, and it's fully intact. I think we might have used this road relatively early. Before the fatigue kicks in, I would like to kill these guys. Somebody was getting it on. Just two somebodies, right? Yeah, just two somebodies. Alright, so first we need water. Then we need a stove. Hey, look at that, mugs. We do have materials to make coffee. Green, my only option, because I've been doing a lot of green lately. I'm going to check the other house real quick, see what color stove they've got. There's a car up here, too. It's a sports car type, but it doesn't look like it's got very good parts. It's actually got a bit of gas in it. 55 engine quality garbage. Hello! Fuck you! Hiding behind that tree like a little bitch. How about no? Alright, we're gonna do a closer perimeter check then. That's how they're gonna be. Come on over. Fucking... The non-aggression pact between the zombies and the trees is getting out of hand. I swear, man. Trees in this game, your second worst enemy. Second only to the zombies. call this Project Treatoid. You ever hear that game, Plants vs. Zombies? How about plants and zombies versus humans? That's what we're playing right now. Hey, look at that. We got a chrome oven here. I'm glad I came over this way. Chrome is a better match for the, whatchamacallit. Better match for the industrial fridge that we're going to be working with. Now, do I really care about aesthetics for a field base like this? Maybe not, but kind of. Yeah, actually a little bit. Ooh, mustard. I'm probably going to sleep in one of these houses tonight because it will get me a better quality sleep than the yeah, it'll get me a better quality sleep than the camping equipment. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That is 200% true. Now, if I did not have a billion generators, and I was worried about having food, what I would probably be doing right now is stockpiling on water, clean water. But that is not necessary because we're going to have the ability to boil rainwater as soon as we have a stove up there. Stove is in my hand. There we go. Now I'm already carrying around, or I thought I was. I was carrying around loose nails at one point, but now I'm not, so I'm going to disassemble a couch. Couches will, if you're level 10 carpentry, which is one of the things I do early game, couches will get you a pretty good return on nails. Yeah, look at that. 2 nails, 2 planks. There's a boarded up window already. So we've got a safe place to sleep here tonight. There's behind one door here, and then 2 planks on the window. Perfect. Bed's already even got a pillow on it. Now we already have a bed, like a proper bed, at our destination, at the MRF stockpile. There's just no good place to deploy it. I have the feeling that we're not going to run into too many zombies at the MRF prep site itself. There never were any initial spawns when I got there for the first time, so respawns aren't going to be a problem. I'm not going to take anything for 100% granted, though. We do already have a sink, industrial sink. There's a part of me that wants to take the cabinets just so that I can have a proper kitchen. I should have room for that in the ambulance. Yeah, we've got about an hour to burn before it's bedtime, so I will go ahead and just load this up into the ambulance. So you remember, my field bases don't have to be pretty, but if I have an easy opportunity to make them pretty, I'm going to take it. If you don't take time to make your bases look nice in this game, you're missing out on a lot of potential fun. And this is a game where sometimes you just got to make up your own fun. And this is one of my ways of doing that. I'll just sleep like this. It's fine. We're good. Alrighty, folks. Now the Plunky Mobile should now be empty, but that doesn't mean that I want to start loading it up with, well, it's mostly empty. I don't want to start loading it up with anything non-essential because we are going to be using the Plunky Mobile for picking up the lumber that we're going to be cutting on the way. Can actually add mustard that we just picked up to this salad. Don't think too hard about that, adding mustard to a salad made entirely of watermelon. Don't think too hard about it. It works. So when we run out of water, all we've got to do is bring a couple of these buckets that are currently getting filled with rainwater and boil one of them. I'm actually just going to do that now, get ahead of it. Now, what you want to do, though, is if you're going to go that route, make sure that you put the bucket of boiled rainwater somewhere where it won't get more rainwater falling into it, because that'll taint it again, I believe, even if it's full. You can actually use these buckets of water. You can actually use them to make soups or stews, too. Very, very, very heavy soups and stews. But yeah, you can do that. That is also an option. We're going to put the bucket of boiled water into the trunk of the ambulance so it doesn't get rained into. And then we're going to... Okay, so I have some floodlights down here. I can't remember which one of these had battery power capabilities. Some of them did, and some of them didn't. And it's usually pretty easy to get battery power. Once you're electrical level 6, you can add a battery connector to anything. So even if none of these have that, that won't be a problem. I mean, we've got a generator right here anyway, so it won't cost us anything to just place a couple here so that we have lights. Perfect. So neither of the ones that I just put down were battery powered. Maybe I did not actually manage to bring any of the battery powered ones with me. That's okay. Like I said, we have an entire box of batteries that we brought with us from Irvington. And all we will have to do is spend one electrical part to make the battery connector. I'm going to go ahead and get started on the trees that are in the immediate vicinity. I'm also going to move the bed up to next to the fridge. Something strategic to consider when you're sleeping in a tent. Zombies can still approach you from any direction and take hits at you. Unless you deny what directions they can approach from, which is a possible thing to do. Especially if you have other structures that you can put down and or vehicles that you can exploit. So I'm going to put the tent here and put the sleeping bag and pillow back into it. And then I'm going to, as you can see, the tent does block movement. I am going to, just while I'm sleeping, I'm going to move this truck up. This is a ammo containing vehicle. Literally the entire trunk is full of nothing but ammo and my explosives bag. And the same is true of the trailer at the moment. The trailer is currently dedicated to ammo storage. So by doing this, just parking it here, I deny the zombies the ability to approach me from any direction except for this one, which is the direction that I'll be facing. So I can't guarantee nobody's going to come up to me in the middle of the night. I can guarantee that they won't come up behind me in the middle of the night. And that directly improves my chances of survival, because if a zombie grabs you, make sure that it's from the front and not from behind. The chances of surviving a grab from behind are much, 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 much lower. So it's 3:40, it's about bedtime. I have learned that rain doesn't actually impact you that much if you're sleeping outside, believe it or not. We'll just say that the tent has a pretty good rain cover. But now, since I'm not worried about that zombie approach problem at night or during the day, come on now, we are going to not do that. That was not good. Just put this out of the way for now. And let's resume cutting some trees. That's unfortunately, you guys are here from the military research facility. It's coming. We're going to get to it. We've got some trees to clear before we're going to be spending quite a bit of time clearing trees, unfortunately, because the entire route to the military research facility, which is deep in the forest, it's all going to look like this: a dirt road with trees having grown all over it. Now, thankfully, the trees that grow on the road itself they're all going to be smaller trees, so none of them are the massive trees like the ones that are on the either side of the road. The massive trees obviously take longer to cut down. Now, I also brought with me some building materials. This will be nowhere near enough to do anything significant for the road. In fact, I don't know if I'll actually be able to use this very much. I do have 10 sacks, so what I can do, though, is get rid of the grass tiles, at least. I don't think there's actually that big of a difference between driving on dirt and driving on grass. So I'm not going to do this for the entire road. I mean, we also, I almost forgot, I brought a scythe. I brought a scythe so I can just do this. This is much easier. The grass will grow back if we do this. It'll never grow back as tall grass, though. Alright, so we're also going to pick up 1 or 2 logs at a time and start bundling them into roped bundles. I've already got... I have loose rope somewhere. I think it's in the Clunky Mobile. Let's verify that. I mean, all of my rope is in the Clunky Mobile, but I'm thinking specifically of this 6 rope here. A battery connector. Sorry, I mentioned that, but basically a battery connector is something that turns a light into a battery-powered light, so you don't have to use a generator to power it. You can only make those at level 6 electrical or higher, so if you don't... I mean, even if you start with the electrician perk, you can't do it yet. You have to build up your skill first. But no, it does not still grow. So basically the game has a percentage of erosion, overgrowth rather, wilderness growth. And once it reaches 100% after the first couple of months, that's it. It doesn't continue growing. I don't know if it's going to be like that forever. That just might be a relic of a mechanic that the devs intend to upgrade. So right now, the way it works is after the first couple months of the game, the wilderness overgrowth is basically done. And it never continued growing. We verified this with Annie, my other character, who went almost 3 years and still no growth. It was all done in the first couple of months. That's a bit of a thing with, you know, most people don't actually live long enough to see significant overgrowth. So that is kind of the thing that the devs are probably considering there. Now, one of the things about the Plunky-mobile here is it used to have the correct amount of rope in it to only ever fit, or to fit like 17 log stacks total of 4. But some of that is off now because we set the Plunky-mobile up back when we were still operating on vehicle size limits, much more restrictive size limits. So I'm going to unstack one of these rope bundles, and we have another one. We brought more rope with us than what's in here. Anybody watching is new. We have done a lot worse than this. Back on Annie, we actually made a road through Indiana, on the other side of the Ohio River, which is nothing but wilderness. There is nothing over there. Now, at certain points, we will actually lose the road completely, and it will be nothing but grass, at which point we will, that's when I might use the stack that I brought with me. One of the most pernicious type of tree, in my humble opinion, is the kind that hides behind the bigger trees, right? So we can see that there's a spruce right there, but if we go over here, we only see a tiny part of the top. And that is a bit dangerous. The isometric angle works against us if we can't see a smaller tree behind a larger tree. That has cost me many windshields in the past through unexpected collisions. Hello. Oh, it's a deer. I saw movement and I instantly assumed it was a zombie. It's just a particularly stupid deer. I'm tempted. I'm gonna do it. I mean, if it's just going to be that stupid, then okay, so be it. I'm glad I brought the butcher hook after all. So I didn't okay, so I brought a, what I brought is a large hook. I wasn't actually expecting to use it to make a butcher hook this early, but, I mean, if a deer is just going to hand itself to me like that, then sure, why not? So we've got in our trunk here, we've got a large hook. From there I need 2 nails, and then I need 2 planks. Hey, look at that, there's a log on the ground right there. We'll cut that log up. Voila, we got 2 planks, 2 nails, we can make a butcher hook. Trying to put it out of the way. There used to be a problem where butcher hooks were like impossible to remove. As in like not even a sledgehammer would remove them. I've tried to do tracking. It doesn't seem to do anything. And as far as I know, the way tracking is supposed to work is you're supposed to go into foraging and then do animal tracks. I have never actually gotten any animal tracks to show up, so I don't even know if it works. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. I don't know. Now, of course, the only reason I would want to do this is because I happen to have a fridge right there that I can put the meat into. I get only 4 venison from that. Or, sorry, 4 hungers worth of venison. That was barely worth building the butcher hook. No, that was not even worth building the butcher hook. That was a waste of my fucking time. Whatever. Is that right? Interesting. Well, we killed it right up here next to these trees. We are forging level 10, so I feel like that should make tracking easier if it actually works like that. So, animal tracks, enable search mode, and of course we're immediately polluted by the silly, the leavings from cutting the tree. It is raining. So our search radius is negatively impacted, but I mean, I don't know about you guys, I'm not seeing anything that looks like an animal track. I saw another deer down to the south, but it's already crossed the road. Yeah, I don't see this going anywhere. We've got other things to do. We definitely don't need any more food. We're literally blowing 3 generators at the moment on food. Okay, doesn't look too bad up here. I've seen a lot worse in terms of trees. We got that big old cluster right in front of me. Now, I have tried many things other than just cutting trees. I have literally thrown Molotovs at trees, hoping that it would make them burnt out and easier to cut. No, it doesn't really. I mean, the trees are still there after they get burned. Seems like I'm very well acquainted with doing this. I've spent many, many, many hours cutting wood before. It's muscle memory at this point. Something to keep track of is your over encumbrance. Having 3 logs in my backpack means I'm going to burn my stamina much faster. It also means I'll get more strength experience. I'm okay with both outcomes, but I also do kind of want to actually get there sometime today. I mean, today as in this stream. We won't get there today in game, that's for sure. Day's already halfway through and we have not gotten to the first bend yet. We've got another axe here to replace the one that we're currently using, once the one that we're currently using is used up. And then we've got a bunch of axe heads that have not even been given handles yet that we will start breaking into next. Now, of course, we could just drive around like this every time, but we're not. That's not what we're here to do. We need a supply line. We need to be able to get in and out of our destination without so many problems. So even if we see a way around that we can power through, no. That's not how we roll here. We have clean supply lines, or we are cleaning them. It's a binary state, one or the other. Look at that, we're tired at 1,500 hours. So, that is the knock-on effects of sleeping in a average quality of sleep. For somebody like us who is a restless sleeper, average quality of sleep is going to hit us harder than normal people. So what that means is we probably are going to want to actually sleep 3 times a night. So my first bedtime, I'm going to bump it up to about 2100, and then my second bedtime around 2 a.m., and then my third bedtime whenever it'll let me sleep. At least until we actually get a proper base established. We're going to need to get a little closer to the actual military research facility before we even think about unloading and building a proper base. Oh, we're winded. Unfortunately, the days of just being able to sit down in your vehicle and recover stamina. Well, you can still do it, but you're going to run into problems. The chief among those problems is going to be the discomfort that builds up. If you are trying to sit down in a vehicle to regain stamina while you're carrying a lot of stuff, the discomfort that scales now from being over-encumbered while sitting in a vehicle, discomfort reduces the speed with which you regain stamina to such an extent that if you're at extreme discomfort, you literally don't regain stamina at all. Now, we wouldn't be at extreme discomfort at our current encumbrance level, but that just means that it's a habit I'm probably better off not encouraging. And look at that, we are actually pretty full here. So we're going to go ahead and head back. I might do my first bedtime at 1900. I mean, honestly, look at how open that is. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. So I am going to head back and get some food, but then I might move up and tow one of these vehicles with me. Okay, so the grass actually does have a compounding effect. Okay, good to know. Yeah, it's sitting in the vehicle while carrying a lot of stuff. That's the thing that just kind of scales. It scales to a problem. We are now going to do a fruit salad. And we're currently adding fruit that we foraged for previously. Both of them came out to be about 30. That's great. So the piles of stuff on the floor, most of these are tuned to be to equal right around a 130 encumbrance, but I have extracted some of the stuff from them, so that is no longer a perfect measure. I'll tell you what, I'm probably just going to start carrying the bed with me, the proper bed. I have a bunk bed here. I'm just going to take it with me and sleep in it outdoors. That's probably not the worst thing in the world to do. Oh, I brought buckets, and it's raining. I should just let these buckets get filled up with rain. Perfect. Speaking thereof, we've run out of water for the day. We've got our boiled water in the ambulance. Yes. Now, we have actually been getting cold overnight. I'm going to take my military jacket with me, so that I'll put that on before we go to sleep. Now, because we're off-roading, I don't trust towing forward. We're going to tow backwards. I have to imagine that the military research facility here is most often accessed by helicopter or something, because it would be not good at all for the long-term maintenance prospects of your military vehicles to constantly be off-roading with them like this. I'm not saying they wouldn't do it, I'm just saying from a maintenance standpoint, off-roading is going to just cause far more wear and tear than just driving on regular asphalt. I could box myself in by doing this. That would actually be a very funny way of making sure that I don't get attacked while I'm sleeping. Am I boxed in now? Nah, not quite. Okay. But that just means that there's only one way they can get to me. So, yeah. Not a bad spot. We got a pillow on the driver's seat of the Plunky Mobile. Yeah, this is a cheesy way of sleeping. Let's just use our imaginations and say that I'm putting a tarp over the second bunk. Because that's something, I would absolutely do that in real life if I could carry around a bunk bed. Let's just say it was like an IKEA bunk bed that was easy to carry around after you disassembled it. I'd do that in real life. Just put a, because, I mean, look at that. It's already lifted up off the ground. And let's just say that you didn't have a mattress on the top, but you put a tarp over it. I would absolutely do that in real life. It would all depend on how much the bed itself weighed. Whatchamacallit, how much the bed itself weighed once disassembled. Or how inconvenient it was to carry around once disassembled. And I don't know if the rain's actually done, but we'll find out overnight. Sometimes it gets off and on for a while. But now that we have a proper bed, we don't actually have to worry about going to bed early. We can maintain our regular sleep schedule. Now, being tired may actually make it harder to... Like, we might... I know for a fact that being tired means we will recover stamina slower. I'm not worried about that. In fact, one of the things I like to do, if I have to cut wood and it's close to bedtime, I will just keep cutting until I'm really, really exerted from stamina loss, and then just go to sleep to regain the stamina. Just like, you know, after a very long evening of work, just crashing in bed. That is something I've done a few times in the past. Most likely going to do it again now. I think we don't lose daylight until like 21:30 around this time. It is September 12th currently. Oh yeah, you know, whatchamacallit, John Odds, what you were saying before about loading stuff directly from the ground into the vehicle. That is a niche that I have found great use for the Chevalier D6 for. The trucks with the open bed and the trailer. You have one of those, you have that combo. It's a lot easier to load stuff directly into the trunk when you're dealing with a D6. So even though the trunk of the D6 is, well, pretty unimpressive as far as a heavy-duty vehicle goes, it's the area with which you can load into it. I actually use it for my crafting bases because of that exact reason. Now, something I'm looking out for is the first intersection between this and another dirt road. There's a second dirt road, a little bit more narrow than this one. That also connects to the same road that we just got off of here, so it's redundant. I chose this one because it's wider. But that is a milestone to be on the lookout for. I would call that maybe about, I don't even know if I can call it a quarter of the way there. It all really depends on how many thick bunches of trees we get like these here. Oh, there goes my axe. This axe head is done. We're going to put it away. And we're going to make a new one, because we already have a replacement. Now, how do we make a new axe? Well, we've got the axe head. On the driver's seat here, I always carry around a spinner. So I'm taking the axe head, but now we need to make a handle for it. For that, I need a crafting surface. I think does the bed count? The bed counts as a crafting surface. So what I'm going to do is saw the spare log that I've got in my backpack. That gets me 3 planks. I'm going to drop 2. And use the one that I'm carrying to carve a large handle. And there we go. Carving level 3 is all you need for that. And with that, we can now put together a new firefighter axe using the head. I only carry around heads because I can make handles whenever I need to. And voila, we got ourselves a new axe. Gimli would be proud. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and sleep now. It is a little early. Yeah, we're about an hour early for bed. It's fine. We're tired, and we would have to run pretty far to start cutting again. Look at that. There's the rain. We're gonna put on the military jacket. It is a urban camo variety. Military jackets come in 2 colors, or sorry, they come in many colors, but there's only 2 forms of insulation: the high insulation types and the low insulation types. The high insulation types are forest camo, foreign camo, urban camo. And I think all the rest are the slightly lower insulation types. That would include desert camo, tiger stripe camo. I think those are the only two that are the lighter insulation type. The difference being, of course, you don't want high insulation when you're generating this much body heat. I am going to repair the trunk of this vehicle. It's a little early to do so, but that's fine. When I say early to do so, I mean it's going to give it very little. But I need to because I need storage. Yeah. This is literally the purpose of this vehicle, is being able to carry as much lumber as possible. You want it to be able to carry at least 204 encumbrance if it's a step van and you're organized. Because that gets you past a break point. Got 2 loose logs on us right now. Yeah, that's where I got the magic number before of 17 log stacks. If you are organized and you have a perfect trunk step van, that's your magic number. You can carry around 17 stacks of 4 logs. The most logs you'll ever carry at once, not including the hand carry. And look at that, we're already getting hot, so I'm going to take the military jacket back off. We're in that awkward phase where it's fall. We're definitely not dealing with summer heat anymore, but it's still a little too early to start putting on winter gear because the body heat generation will cause us to sweat constantly still. We need 1 more loose log. We will get to a point where I'll probably stop worrying about picking up the logs at all. That point is coming soon. Because once I have a step van full of logs, that's going to be way more than I need for any operations in this area. Check around behind these trees. Yeah. Just to make sure that a zombie is not likely to come directly through the trees. I know at least one of my viewers has lost a character due to a zombie just coming straight through a tree at them. And there's only so much you can do to prevent that, but there is a few things you can do to get ahead of it. And I'd say it's worth it every time to do just those few things. You know, check around back, check your area, keep a close eye on your noise profile. So this is the last stack we can fit in the trunk. What I did just now before putting this in here is I made it so that we can actually fit another stack. We can fit 2 stacks into the passenger seat and then 1 stack into the glove compartment. So that what that does mean in total is we have a vehicle with 20 log stacks total. 20 times 4 logs. If you want to do the full math on that, that's 20 times 4 times 3. That's how many planks you've got in one vehicle. Yeah. One of many reasons I'll never touch sprinters, ever. I can't even handle a perfect run on Dark Tide, which means I definitely can't handle a Project Zomboid run without, or with never getting touched by sprinters. Okay, and that is going to be all of the logs that I care about picking up. So we've got a total of 20 stacks of logs in the Plunky Mobile now. Boom. I'm going to go ahead and leave the Plunky Mobile off to the side here. Mark on my map where it's at. We'll come back and pick it up when the time comes to start using some of the logs to build a base and or fence defenses, whichever is appropriate. Yeah, sprinters. Basically, sprinters make this a different game. It's just like how high population kind of turns the game into a bit of a soft horde shooter. Sprinters also change the nature of the game. Now it's a, it's a fast-paced, very short-lived reflex challenge constantly. Everything you do is a reflex challenge. And this Project Zomboid is not necessarily supposed to be a reflex challenge constantly. It is in close quarters combat with Zeds, of course, but Project Zomboid is supposed to give you the opportunity to try to plan things well enough that you never have to get into close quarters combat. Or at least close quarters combat where you don't have to, on their terms instead of yours, I guess is the best way to put it. I mean, if you're going to have sprinters that can open doors, you might as well change them into dinosaurs. Make it velociraptors. So you guys can have your own Australian hunter moment. Say, clever girl. gonna sleep here, and then tomorrow morning I'm going to. I think I'm ready for more salads. I can already tell just by the change in saturation that we're going to get fog today. At least that's what it looks like to me. I don't use mods except for ones that I make myself. So you're actually looking at two of them, the backpack and the army bag there. The backpack and the satchel. That's a mod that we made ourselves here on stream. And that's just because I'm so sick of looking at ugly, ugly olive drab stuff. So we changed the color to tactical black. So there's our daily bread, 2 fruit salads with a nice variety of ingredients. Some of this stuff is not going to last much longer, so go ahead and chomp on it now. There's almost nothing of these berries left. That's not unexpected. I wouldn't mind olive drab quite as much if I had not spent 1,200 hours looking at it. The lack of variety of color options really grates me after a while. Thankfully, tactical black can be made to match with most things. Yeah, no, that does sound like a lot of fun. Actual 90s music would be that'd be a blast. Probably would not be good etiquette to just leave your bed on the ground, but, well, like I said, we're using our imagination a little bit here. I needed to take the jacket off. That's what we're supposed to do here. I do not want to leave the military jacket on the ground because that would actually result in it getting wet. Clothes left on the ground will become wet if it's raining. We can stack one more log stack because we did have a couple of sheet sheet rope left, but we have nowhere to put it, so I'm just gonna leave it there. And now we are completely 200% out of anything to do with the logs, so we're just gonna leave them now. Second round back. Okay. And look at that, we are stage 2 wet. That's not good. That's mostly going to be from sweat. Typically, I like to have towels on standby for when this happens. Unfortunately, the only towels I have available to me right now are in my ambulance. So the only thing we can really do is actually just let her chill for a minute. What I'm going to do actually is fire up the engine and turn on the AC. And I'm going to actually step away briefly IRL for a moment because I do have to step away. I'll just be like a minute and a half or so. So this will just give our girl a moment to cool down and dry off a bit. You would think it would be the rain that got her all wet, but no, it's just because we've been hot for this whole time. All right, I will be right back. Alrighty, we are back. Appreciate everybody sticking around. For anybody joining, if you're not familiar, we are currently chopping our way towards the military research facility. Why do we have to chop? Well, that would be because of wilderness overgrowth on the dirt road here. We need to be able to drive back and forth. And this is what we got to do to make sure that can happen. And when it comes to the trees here, it's going to be waves of good and bad. We'll have nice long stretches where we don't have to do as much work. But then we're going to have like these big clusters of trees. That seems to be how they grow here. Now, we're getting really hot all the time. I'm actually just going to go ahead and take off a few layers. We have layers. We actually have 3 layers on. Medical scrubs, shirt, and t-shirt. So if I take these 3 layers off here, they're chest layers, so they're what's providing most of my insulation. So now, without those, it's just the crop top and the hat, which the hat is barely even measurable. We should have no problem staying away from the overheat. You would think that this would be a miserable experience, but these berry fruit salads have such a diversity of ingredients that it's actually giving us lots of happies to eat them. So we're at no risk of being miserable, despite being uncomfortable all the time out here. See, here's an example right here of one of the most pernicious forms of tree blockage in the game. Observe how, when we're this far away, this really tall tree right here with the red leaves is blocking this entire area that I'm circling with my mouse. Now observe what happens when I get close. Look at that. There's a smaller tree directly behind it that we virtually have no chance of seeing if we're driving at a normal speed. So that's a recipe for disaster right there, is what that is. And it only occurs at certain angles. One of the many things that I like to refer to as isometric bullshit, because, yeah, there's no solving that. It's an isometric game. The devs are never going to add that extra half dimension to make this a 3D game instead of a 2.5D game. The devs like the D, but they'll never take 3, only 2.5. Now we get, yeah, there it is, out of breath. But it doesn't happen quite as often because we're not carrying around as much equipment. It still happens, but a lot less frequently. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and put my guns and my revolver and my sword into my backpack. And that's going to almost... Actually, if I bring the hatchet down, look at that. We are below encumbrance cap. So we will have no encumbrance whatsoever. That'll make cutting wood even faster. Well, we'll be able to go longer without having to take a break. Won't make us swing any faster. Okay, this is what I was looking for. This is the crossroad. I believe going this way will take us just right back to the road where we were, just on a different spot. Yeah, this is not the way to go. Now that we don't have to worry about getting overheated as much, I can turn the engine off. So because we don't even need to worry about that north road, that huge cluster of trees right here, we don't really need to kill the cluster of trees, just this blockage right here. All three of these trees, and we can only see like 1.5 of them thanks to that tall, that really tall evergreen there. Nasty. Really nasty. No sharpen? We're good. We actually haven't taken any head condition damage. Just a little bit of handle damage. Now in this particular instance, I'm not going to take these logs with me, but I am going to use them as street markers. I'm just going to kind of put them in a little bit of a row, in a curve, so that while I'm driving, I will notice that they are curved here. And then I will know that this is where I need to turn. So we ran out of water in our water bottle. We are going to go refill that now from the bucket of boiled water in the passenger seat. Missed a spot back here. Unacceptable. I'm also going to exploit the fact that we've got a nice open spot on the side there, and we're just going to mark the road here. Yeah, that's doable. Alright, let's get a quick beat on how far we have to go from here. So we've got b42map.com here, lovely resource. This is the road where it starts, which is kind of between Rosewood and Irvington, closer to Rosewood. This is where all of our staging ground is, and here's how far we've gone so far. And there's the crossroad, that's where we're at. So let's zoom out and take a look and see if we can, yeah. Okay, we're about a third of the way there. Okay, that's not that bad. I was afraid we would only be like a quarter at most. But we're about a third now. The other... whatchamacallits, the other curves there on the road are traps. They lead nowhere. Or, well, that one just loops around. This is so wild. I don't think the military would ever do this in real life. I'm pretty sure they would sooner just do what they do at Area 51 and just make it so that it's everybody knows where it is, but if you get too close, then off to jail with you. Okay, so this is the next intersection we're looking for. I'll leave it zoomed in on that. Oh, why did I pick up the log? Oops. Check around back here. Check between all the groups, trees, to the best of your ability. It's easier the first time you're going through an area because then it'll reveal the terrain when you first take a peek. But these clusters right here, this is the worst that it's going to get. These clusters are big 1 and 2 log trees. This may have, we may have killed the game's music. Sometimes if you go too long without a combat phase, it'll kill the music. If the game's music doesn't come back on in a minute or two, I've got a couple tracks that I can play that are appropriate for blowing your way through a fort. That fatigue at 1500 still feels a little early. I'm guessing that we're probably not getting as good of a night's sleep because we keep getting uncomfortable overnight, and that makes sense. I mean, you know, there's only so good of a night's sleep you can get while you're roughing it like we are. Ugh, this is nasty. This is nasty looking. Well, technically speaking, all corporate authority has ceded to me as the last human alive on the planet. Technically, I am McCoy's now. So I no need to put myself out of business. So as a way to rest, what we're going to do is sit down in the vehicle, and we're actually going to go ahead and drive back and tow forward a little bit of our stuff. This isn't too awful bad, towing backwards on off-road terrain like this. Not the optimal way to move, obviously, but it definitely beats having to actually try to pave the road. I definitely don't want to be doing that. I mean, theoretically, with all these logs, there is nothing in the world stopping us from just making wooden floors. Back at Irvington, we have entire cartons of nails that I'm probably never going to use otherwise. But that is a lot of work. I would only ever want to do that if I was going to be going back and forth through this road, like, literally hundreds of times. And dozens, more like dozens instead of hundreds. This is where we'll sleep tonight. And since I'm getting tired pretty early, I might just do 3 sleeps. So as soon as I get exerted next from cutting stuff in this area, we'll sleep, and then we'll proceed to cut through the night. And bedtime. Hey there, so why are we backwoods road cutting? This is the military research facility that we're working our way towards. We are probably about 2/5 of the way there, maybe. We're a little bit more than, we're a little bit more than a third, so maybe, I don't know if we're quite at the halfway point. So we are, this dirt road is the only way to get in there. We have a staging ground right here, and we have already cut our way all the way through here and reached this this T intersection here, and now we are proceeding to the next T intersection. We're somewhere in between here and there, so that's where we're at. And the goal, of course, is still quite a bit this way in order to get to the military research facility, which has only one way in and out. So that's the objective. It's not particularly entertaining, but well, it's necessary. There's no other way to get in there. We ain't got no helicopters in this game. Not ones that we can fly. And you know what? Now that the music is giving out on us, it's one of the very few end-game things in this game that I've never done. Seeing as we've seen most of Louisville, there's not that much bigger of a reason behind it. It's a challenge in this game, and I've never done it. That's reason enough for me at the moment. Oh, I would hope there's more than 500. We've regularly dealt with well over 500 in Louisville. I mean, hell, the Louisville military checkpoint is an average of about 1,700 in the map cell. At least the rain has stopped. That's nice. See, I think the challenge about this place, definitely the biggest challenge about this place, is the fact that there's no, I can't use my typical strategy of forcing the zombies to fight me outside. Outdoors, in open terrain like this, players have infinitely more advantage over zombies than indoors in close quarters. And yet, our only option here, the only choice that we have if we want to actually complete this place, we have to go indoors, down many tight stairs, tight corridor stairways. Yeah, we have no other choice. We can't just lure everybody outside. Well, I'm not going to say that definitively, but I do know for a fact that just going outside and making noise is not going to be enough to bring them outside. We would have to go down there. Now, we could go down there and then make noise and then lure them up 50 stairs. I don't think I'm going to do that. It's going to be pretty tedious doing that. See, doing it building by building in Louisville was never anywhere near as big of a challenge because you could wake up the upper floors by just popping up the stairs, crest the stairs to the next floor, fire a gun, and then run back down all the stairs and outdoors. The zombies will just jump out the windows to come fight you. You can't do that when they're underground as opposed to above ground. You've got to wait for them to come upstairs and fight you, or go down there and fight them. We'll do a mixture of both as appropriate. Yeah, going down, making noise, activating them. We'll do a little bit of that. And depending on, I mean, because, you know, the way it works right now, I don't think anything's changed in the latest builds. the zombies will only wake up like 2 floors away. So if we go down 1 flight of stairs, get to the bottom of the stairs, then I think 2 floors beneath us will be awake. And it's going to be that way for like 17 floors. So we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. Okay, that doesn't look too awful bad beyond that point. There's the, that's the second T intersection. We might be able to consider this the halfway point. Let's take another look at that. Maybe not quite the halfway point. We're close. This, where it splits, this little Y split right here. The Y split, this is definitely the halfway point. Yeah, okay. So we're not quite to the halfway point. We're getting there. I went to bed early. I did go to bed early. So what I'm going to do after I get tired, the next time I get exerted, I'm just going to go back and sleep again. We'll get 3 sleeps tonight. There goes my axe. Oh, that's the last axe that I have with me at the moment. Fuck it, I'm going to rebuild this one. The head is still 2/3 integrity. I'm going to rebuild this one. So all I got to do to rebuild it is put down a crafting surface, like a chopping block. And then use the crafting surface along with I'm going to use a plank, saw another log here. Just need 1 plank. And we can turn that plank into a large handle. And then we can reassemble the axe. With the head, it's still 2/3 integrity. That's fine. It's down when the head is down to like 1/3. That's when you start hitting breakpoints. Whoa! What the hell? Why would she do that? She pulled the other axe out of my backpack that I forgot was there. Maybe she just wanted to remind me that it was there. Thanks. I appreciate that, I suppose. I literally did forget that I had another axe in my backpack. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do next. I am going to go back to where my bed is. I'm going to sleep, and then I'm going to pick the bed up and move it forward again, and then sleep again. And that will be 3 sleeps. That should definitely be enough. 2 is usually more than enough for me, but I think we're losing a little bit of sleep efficiency because of because it's outdoors. military jacket? Is it on the... Oh, driver's seat of Plunkymobile. Just to make sure I don't get cold overnight. Okay, so the week 1 mod, there is one aspect to this that you're not going to have to worry about. All these trees that I'm cutting down right now, they're in the middle of the road. You're not going to see those in the week 1 mod. And the reason for that is these trees take a couple months to appear. So week 1 mod, assuming that I believe it actually the canonical start date for the week 1 mod is before the beginning of the actual start of the game, which is July 9th, 1993. So that should actually give you even more time to operate without having to... You shouldn't have to cut any of these logs. But if you were talking just about the strategy that I use once I get in there, that may be the same. You might not even have to get all the way to the bottom. I don't know that part. I've never tried week 1. I do know that you have to get a military research facility to prevent the nuke, which is really stupid. Nobody ever likes that. I'll see if the game lets me sleep. I might not actually be able to yet. Restless sleeper problems. Yep, not tired enough to sleep. Okay, so be it. We'll just keep working until I am. I'm sure that won't take too long. I will need to remove my layers, though. Military jacket back into the backpack. Another factor that is going to affect us when we get to the military research facility is we're not going to have power. And generators only reach down like 2 floors, I think, even if that. So what we can do is we're going to take battery-powered floodlights with us. But again, that's not going to be a problem. I don't think the power goes out during the week 1 phase of the week 1 mod. So that's another thing that is a late-game struggle that we have to deal with that... won't be something you'll probably have to account for. Let's try that sleep thing again. Fuck you, am I not tired enough to sleep? See, what really pisses me off right now is the game's telling me I'm not tired enough to sleep right now. Oh, look at that, now I can sleep. Okay. I must have been at 29.99 fatigue. But anyway, 30 fatigue, you can sleep. There we go. So... because otherwise the game was going to get me tired at 1,500 hours again, and that would be annoying as fuck all. There isn't that much farther we can move up, but we need food today. So what we're going to do is move the bed slightly off the road so it's not blocking us. I just did the convenient thing there. I didn't even get out my, oops. I didn't even get out my, military jacket for when I went to sleep. They are already detached. So all I gotta do, I'm just gonna move the Plonky Mobile off-road so it's not in the way. And I think the time has come, we'll probably want to start moving the other vehicles up. At least the ambulance. I'd like to move the ambulance up. And one of the duffel bags that I left on the ground is the duffel bag with all of my spare axe heads. I'm gonna want to bring that. See, the strategy basically right now is to just move up with one towed vehicle, drive back, and then tow another vehicle with me. That's kind of the strategy. But then we'll have to do multiple trips at one point, because we do have more stuff that we can that we want to bring than we can possibly move all at once in a vehicle. What the fuck is this? How did I miss this? This is unacceptable. Bad enough I keep hitting grass. I think we still got enough for more fruit salads. Yeah, we're just basically doing 2 of each ingredient. So there's 2 more 30 salads, or, well, one of them's not quite 30. That's okay. That'll get us through the day. What I'm going to do now is stuff myself on leftover fruit. And that does it for with the exception of these stale strawberries. There's only so much I can do with these. Honestly, I should have another bowl somewhere. I'm going to try to get those stale strawberries into a salad because otherwise they're going to go rotten. I should have another bowl. If I did, it might be in the ambulance. Or should I might have put cookware in one of these containers. I have been known to do strange things when it comes to over preparation. I feel like, for example, the sledgehammer that I'm going to use most often when we get to our destination is in one of these duffels, as opposed to I don't want to use the red one that's in my van. The red one that's in my van is well, it's a red one. You can't make those. I can make my own sledgehammers, but I can't make red ones. So. Yeah, we'll just straight up carry this duffel bag. That's fine. That'll save us a little bit of trouble in the future. Even in the fridge, those strawberries aren't going to last too much longer. I'm going to take this. I'm taking that floodlight with me because I'm going to turn it into a. I'm going to turn it into a battery-powered one so that we can have a little bit more light than just headlights out in the field. Now, for a third commute, I might actually come back here on foot. If I sprint, I can probably make some decent time. I didn't want to do that. Skill issue. It was a love tap. I've noticed it's surprisingly a little bit harder to get a trunk hit on a D6 like this one than it is for a trunk hit on a other heavy-duty vehicle. It still happens, but the sides are not as vulnerable. There's a part of me that wants to just go ahead and set up base at the halfway point. And I mean, it doesn't mean that that has to be my final base. If I actually get to the military research facility and it's... the building itself is not that populated, then I can make a forward base in the building itself. That may be the progression that I do here. I have no qualms with turtling. I'm gonna flip this to a different track. Another one from Mechanicus. I love playing Mechanicus music while I'm building and or working in this game. Helps pass the time. So we have some spare batteries in the fire truck here. I'm going to grab one of those spare batteries as well as a spare piece of scrap electronics and just go on up to this floodlight, right click on it, craft battery connector. That uses the scrap electronics, and then it just needs a battery. I'm going to shove the battery that I just picked up in there. And look at that, we can turn it on without a generator. You can do that to any light, but it's most efficient to do it to floodlights because they produce the most illumination. There's a refill on water. And now we get to work. Try to mark the road a little bit here so that I know to go around this cluster. we go. Now this is, I think we might actually lose the road briefly here. The dirt part at least. No, not yet. Okay. So we're coming up on the Y intersection. I can already see part of it. We're gonna bypass this area here. Just go off-road completely. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna go slightly off the road here, but that's okay. We've got a pretty straight path here. This could be a lot worse. Let's see here. Oh, I don't want to keep playing the same tracks. I would do that because I'm obsessive and I sometimes just listen to the same stuff on repeat, but no. I won't subject everybody to that. We do have the game's music. So when the game stops playing its music, we can just play it ourselves. I don't like having to do that, but hey, like, we never even turned the volume off. The game just stopped playing music, so we'll take matters into our own hands. Wait a minute. Am I an idiot? I might have already started going the wrong way. Yeah, I was vibing too hard, boys. I was vibing too hard. I think I started going the wrong way here. Hang on. I'm going to need to verify this. I think I was supposed to go the other way there. No, I'm going the right way. I'm going the right way. This, I forgot to account for this split. Is that where we're at right now? Yes, that's where we're at right now. It's confusing because the forest in our world does not match the forest in B42map.com. The forest is generally randomly generated now. But no, I think we are going the right way because I kept looking for a split in the shape of a Y. I'm just going to off-road for a second completely. Fire truck can handle this. I just want to verify that I'm correct. Yes, this is the Y split. Okay, this is the Y split. This is what I've been looking for. So the Y split here, I believe, is the halfway point. And of course, don't be fooled by the road that just kind of goes up here for no reason. It literally just goes up there and then loops back right back to where we were. So it is a trap. And because traps like that exist, I'm not absolutely not going to just not refer to the map website here. But yeah, that actually does feel pretty close to a halfway point. So I may deploy infrastructure here. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and deploy infrastructure here. I don't know if it's going to be the final location of our base for this area, but it will be something. I mean, we got a nice big open spot right here anyway. What better thing to start with than the kitchen? Now, ideally... Okay, so no. And ideally what I'm going to do is make it so that it's a sensible thing to drive right past or drive through. So we're not quite starting yet. What I need to do is make it so that we're doing it in a place where it makes sense for the base to be parallel to the road. Which, right here would make much more sense for that. Because then we can build it parallel to this line here. been a long time since I've actually made anything with metalworking entirely, as opposed, or I'm sorry, with welding instead of a mixture of welding and carpentry. I probably will fall back to carpentry, to be honest, because, yeah, it just, it doesn't make sense to... Wall frame is rods and only rods. Yeah, I'm not doing that. We're gonna do the old trusty thing. We're just gonna use carpentry. It's fine. We are level 10 carpentry and level 10 welding, so it's not a skill issue anymore. It is a issue of what is most effective. And if we need logs, well, we're about to get some logs because we're cutting all this out of the way anyway. Build with stone. That's stone. Building with stone is kind of a meme. Unless you're like right next to a water source. If you're right next to a water source, maybe I can understand it, but having to stop what you're doing and refill a bucket of clay cement like every 3 walls, I don't know who thought that was good game design. It's not even slightly viable to build with whatchamacallit. Not even slightly viable to build with stone in any way. Yeah, this is about halfway. We've been at this for about... So, the stream's been going for 4.5 hours, but I think it was not until about 2 hours in that we actually got started with the process that we're working on now, cutting through the... So I do expect maybe about another hour and a half or something like that. That's just a... It could go faster, it could go slower. It all depends on the actual thickness of the trees, which is completely random. And a sensible thing to do would be to just bring the entire van with me. Which, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do that. But what we're gonna do is, we did bypass a little bit, so we'll cut our way back to the van. Bring the van up and get our first night's sleep up here, and then as an overnight task, I may run back to the run back on foot to the ambulance and bring that up, or we'll see how I play that out. There's a couple of options, and none of them are particularly compelling, but they all work. Let's see here. Honestly, if I just cut this big tree, then I can bypass everything over there entirely. Yeah, we're definitely doing that. Don't always have to stay on the road itself. Sometimes it's faster to just go through the grass next to it. In this particular instance, absolutely. And look at that, we are connected, so we are definitively at the halfway point, and now we're going to make that go smoother. Now, I think what I'm going to do is just move the yellow generator up to the halfway point here. We're not going to take the freezer stuff because there's no need. Just the fridge, the generator, and the food that's in the fridge. That ought to suffice. Building process will go much faster now that we actually have the step van here, because the step van, of course, has all of the logs that we stockpiled so far. Now, some people may be wondering why I'm doing window frames for everything. Good question. It's because for a field base like this one, I need to be able to see around me. Very important. So all I do is window frames instead of walls, and then I put a couple of planks over the windows, which 2 planks over a window frame is more or less equal to a wall in terms of zombie protection. Already detached? Must be. Okay. probably be a little late getting to bed, and we probably won't be secure. That's okay. We haven't been secure for the past couple of nights. And that should be all the logs we have currently. We'll get more out of the trunk as an overnight task. We're also hungry, and I think... Oh no, we do have a bite of salad left. Okay, good. Now all you have to do is farm and fix your generator. Sounds like you've got the late game struggle. But, everybody runs into it. And there's no easy answer to that, because if you need content spoon-fed to you, if you can't find any enjoyment in exploring and moving away from your base, then you're probably going to hit an upper limit to how much you enjoy this, how much you enjoy the game in general. How do I can't click on the bed. I can't click on the bed. That's really funny. I'm going to have to move the bed to a different spot because I can't click on it here. Yep. The long-term struggle in this game is definitely a struggle, and it takes, you got to use your own creative energy to enjoy it, because the game won't spoon feed anything to you. There we go. So I'm not really protected out here, but at least anybody who tries to attack me is going to have to flip through a fence, most likely. Just put on my jacket so I don't get too cold. Why is it good? Why is it not good with pillow? What's going on there? I don't understand what's going on here. It's not. It acts like the pillow's not on the bed. Okay, there we go. Not the first time I've seen that. Won't be the last either. How's it going, M-Kid? We've got a lot of work to do today. Yeah, treat every town you go to, go visit all the towns. Treat every single one of them as a new place to deploy base infrastructure to. Take what you need with you, and leave what you don't need behind. And if you're not sure what you need, then take more than you need. And then you'll learn what you need. Speaking of need, let's get some light. So we've got 17 stacks of logs in the trunk of Delirios here. We may need more logs in the future, and it's okay if that's the case, because we're going to get many more logs in the future because we got a lot of trees to cut. So I'm just going to unstack all of the logs right here, and then I'm going to turn around and saw all the logs right here. Okay, maybe not all of them. I do need to sleep. So let's get our second sleep in. Oh, yeah, so Aaron, you're running into the exact same problem that I do. The problem is you're using one generator to power everything. What you need to do is split the load among my ratio that I kind of enjoy is 3 freezers to 1 generator. That's kind of what I like to do. Then spend no more than a week away from the generators. But when it comes to actually bringing all the stuff with me, what I'll usually do is set up a generator at a destination and bring all the frozen stuff with me and shove it into the freezer at the destination. I actually did a little bit of that earlier in the stream. If you are interested, you can watch the stream from the beginning at that point. That's exactly what I was doing. I was transferring the contents of freezers at my Riverside base and my West Point base to the staging ground here that we're working at. Before I pick up the ambulance here, I'm going to drive all the way back to the staging point, and I can show you what I'm talking about with the generators, because I have 3 different generators there powering a total of 6 freezers and 1 double fridge. Alright, so here's our staging ground. So this generator right here is only powering this double fridge, which the double fridge is 0.26 liters per hour. And the double fridge is, each side has 26 in the freezer and, if you're organized, 65 in the fridge side. But then, quite separately, we have a little farther away so that the generators are split. We've got a generator down here powering these 3 freezers. One of them is a chest freezer, and then the other is a double freezer. And if we look at this generator, you'll see that the load is about the same as the other one, because it is using 0.026 for the whatchamacallit, for the two popsicle freezers plus the chest freezer. That totals to about 2.6. And then just the exact same setup up here with a different generator. And the results that you get from this is that each generator obviously has less fuel consumption on it, so you can go away from the generator for longer periods of time. At this particular loadout, I usually like to limit myself to a week in the field before returning to base. You can probably get away with more than that, and I have, but I like to plan for 1 week with the base. So then if, shit comes up that makes me delayed a little bit, I'm not punished too much for it. We're just going to stick to fruit salads, because a lot of the encumbrance of what I'm preserving here is watermelons, because watermelons are so chunky. So let's smash 2 and slice 1. And then put the chunks and slices back into the fridge. And then we're going to do fruit salads again, because we're still trying to use these strawberries that have gone stale. I swear I have more bowls somewhere. One of these garbage bags was cookware, I thought. Yes, but I don't have the bowls in it. Of course not. Bowls are one of those things where I have tons of them until I go somewhere else, and then I suddenly don't have enough, ever. Oh well. Mystery solved on what happened to all of my spare weapons. I left them in this trailer on accident. I did not actually want to do that. This sword that I've got in my backpack is actually probably about done. I'm just going to go ahead and leave it behind, and we're going to pick up a sword and machete off of this pile here. They are both the same in terms of damage, crit rate, and all that, but the machete is a one-handed weapon with a shorter reach. The sword is a two-handed weapon with a longer reach. And remember, distance is your strongest defense against zombies, so I prefer the sword where I can get away with it. So 2 chunks, 2 slices, and 1 whole strawberry. And that is a 30 salad right there. 30 salad with 3 different ingredients, which is something that makes us very happy. I'm just gonna straight up eat one of them because I'm getting a little hungry already. I was already at stage 2 hunger, so we'll just do that and then make another one. Perfect. So we've got another 6 liters of fresh water in this bucket that we're working with, but then quite separately we've got 2 more buckets of tainted rainwater. All we got to do is boil them. I would bring one of the vehicles forward, but we still have to pick up the ambulance, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. Yeah, five freezers on 1 generator. That's a recipe for making it so that you can't leave the area that you're in. It's inefficient to always carry around more generators, but I much prefer to just have many generators. As a quick brief for anybody joining, I've noticed a similar concurrence, but we have a bit of a turnover. We're just working our way to the military research facility, and we are about halfway there. And as part of the process, we're gonna build a bit of a waypoint house at the halfway mark. There was a part of me that wanted to just run back and then pick up, take the ammo van and the trailer at the same time. That won't be necessary. We're going to take the step van. Because now that the step van has been relieved of its collection of logs, it's got about 208 encumbrance to work with. To what end do I draw a line? That's a good question, and it's mostly a point of pride. I grew this shit, I'm gonna keep it. But I always, every single time, I underestimate how many watermelons I get. It's the watermelons more than anything that are resulting from this. I probably would not have more than a total of 3 freezers if I just gave up on the watermelon. But yeah, there's also just the simple measure that every time the game comes out with a new build and I have to start a new character, I feel morally obligated to engage with agriculture at least once in that character's lifetime. The number of crops that I planted for this character was a lot lower in total than I did with Annie, my previous main character. But yeah, we still got our fair share. I think I ended up just leaving some leaving some of that on the side of the road. That's okay. Now, honestly, it's a bit of a design issue for me to have the table in the middle like that, even though it wouldn't probably make sense from an aesthetic point of view. The table is much better served like this. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And unfortunately, you end up with, sometimes you end up with too much. And there's only so much you can do about that. But, hey, I mean, having too much just means that you should triage you should pay attention to how much you actually eat and maybe work from there. Alright, so let's get some more of these here planks. We're going to put a military backpack in our main hand and our offhand. I'm going to put 12 planks in each. I'm going to put one wall up so that I can put a flag on it, because that feels necessary. We're going to come out of here with more flags. I know for a fact that there's going to be a few flags in there. Oh, right. I almost forgot that grass blocks the placement of stairs for some reason. So we remove those, and now we can build stairs. And what that means is I don't have to put any windows on that side, because that side, actually, never mind. The zombies can still attack it. I almost forgot about that. Oh, I'm nails. I kept looking at that. I'm like, what is going on? Why can't I make nails? Of course. I have many, many, many boxes of nails in many different places. Just gotta actually make them open and then use them. Yeah, I gotta love it. I saw this Reddit post a long time ago where somebody said that they were watching a file transfer, and they accidentally pressed F5 to try to speed it up. And I laughed really hard when I saw that because it makes perfect sense. The game is kind of conditioning us whenever we play single player, and we fast forward a lot. The game's kind of conditioning us to just hit F5 every time we see a little green bar progressing. The zombies are most likely to come from this direction, so that is the direction I'll slap two barricade points on. I don't know if I actually have a knob and 2 hinges here, so that's okay. We're not going to worry about the doors just yet. We've got more or less 360-degree protection. A zombie would be much more likely to start wandering up and attacking our barricades than just wandering through the one open door. Can't guarantee it, but in terms of probabilities, it's in our favor. I didn't put too much thought into the size of this place. It doesn't need to be big. Ah, short bar 1 plank. That's fine. Now, it would be a bit of a gamble to make rain barrels right now, but we're going to do 2. We'll just put down 2 in case it rains, and if it doesn't rain, then we're prepared for that eventuality too. It would be convenient if it rained and we had some rain barrel available. We've got extra garbage bags in our backpack, so all we got to do is we want to put them directly above our sink, which is directly across from the... I believe it's right there, yeah. Yeah, right there, perfect. I'm just going to saw one more log here. The remaining logs we may eventually pack up and bring forward with us if we feel the need to do another base up ahead. That's TBA, I'm not sure. I will do what seems most convenient when the time comes. On there. Why will... Oh, wrench. Wrong. Wrench is supposed to go in my house belt. There we go. Now, as you can see in this duffel bag, we've got 6 firefighter axe heads left. I am just going to take one and put it in my backpack so that I have another firefighter axe head to work with. I don't even know if I'll bother with a an actual floor. If I do, maybe it'll be like an overnight task or something. Where'd all the grass go? I didn't even get any grass from that. Unusual. Wait a minute, hold on. Scything grass still works, doesn't it? Yeah, it still works. It must have just been because I was indoors. That's fine. I don't really worry about that. Alright, so now we're going to use the Plunky Mobile to do a shipment of materials from our staging point all the way up here. This will reduce the amount of distance that we have to travel to get back to our staging ground. The Plunky Mobile has room for probably well over one of those stacks of materials on the ground. But we're going to focus on the fridge first. I think we'll be able to take the fridge, the contents of the fridge, and the generator powering the fridge. I think we can get all of that in one go. We may have to hand carry some of it. Oh, that's tedious. This grass is, it's enough to break my stride. I didn't notice this with the, fire truck, because with the fire truck I didn't have any, whatchamacallit. I had enough engine power for it to not be a problem. This just means when I do the final stretch, I'll probably want to use the fire truck. I'd like to be able to move the trash bags from the fridge directly into the step pan here. Okay, this is actually... Damn. Okay, we'll be able to do it, but we'll have to be creative. So here's what we're going to do. First, the fridge itself. We can dump this straight into the inventory of the trunk, but then the trunk is going to be full. Like, completely full, 100% full. So we need to free up a little bit more space. So we're going to get out our military backpacks here for the hand carries. And we're going to drop those on the floor. And we're going to put the freezer bags in each of those. Now we've got enough room for the generator. And we've got room for about 10 more after that. I think that will be one of these buckets of water. And look at that, we are about 100% full. I don't know if we're going to be able to take the... so my passenger seat looking is basically full. Hang on, I might be able to finesse this. Oh yeah, I can finesse this. We're good. So what I do is I'll take the oven, put it on the passenger seat. And then there's a couple things in my backpack I can put next to that. Scythe, machete, sword, 246. That leaves me with enough room in the backpack for this rope bundle. And then I can hand carry the military backpacks here. Then I can hand carry the military backpacks here. Oh, shit. We're close, but not quite. No, there we go. Perfect. Okay, off we go. We're also going to take the trailer. It's going to be a little bit painful to try to drive with a trailer like this, but yeah, we got it. And you know what? We're taking the coffee machine too. Absolutely, 100%. I should have the coffee somewhere. Where did I put it? It's most likely up ahead at one of the, at our destination. It's most likely up there. Yeah, it's not here. Yeah. Hang on. Door hinges and knobs. There we go. Now I got a door. Perfect. And you know what? We're going to do one better. We're going to make it a metal door. There we go. Steel sheets. We do not need anything other than a single steel sheet for a metal door. Because we do need welding rods. Fuck. Okay. I got room for it. We're good. Alright. We're min-maxing hard here, but we got it. Got ourselves a nice journey ready here. Now the generator that I'm bringing forward with me has 75% fuel remaining. It's going to be right there at the same consumption rate as the other ones, so I get to assume that the other ones are at 75% as well. And this is one of those vaunted situations where your discomfort level will get to extreme after a couple of IRL minutes of sitting in the vehicle like this. Perfect. Got a little reckless for a second there because I wanted to, didn't want to lose speed. So this trailer, by the way, is just full of nothing but ammo. We're going to need it when we get to our destination. And it's the ammo that I'm going to use most likely. So it's also got my weapons bags with the weapons that I'm going to need a lot of, like this. We've got a JS2000 and we've got a sawed-off JS2000. So we've got an indoor shotgun and an outdoor shotgun. It was a little presumptive to park there. Let's drop the backpacks. And now let's bring the... We're going to need to lose some weight to bring the fridge in. Can't put the metal door down because the Plunky Mobile is too close. Nickel every time I had that happen. And I'm just going to take my main backpack off, drop it on the floor too. As well as my military satchel. Then once I take the axe off of my back, we will have lost enough weight that we will be able to pick up the fridge parts. I'm going to go ahead and dump this bucket of tainted water that I'm got in my hand. We're going to put that straight into this rain barrel, because now that the rain barrel is plumbed to the sink, any water that goes through it comes out clean, because we got magic pipes in this game. I can't blanket assume that there won't be any zombies showing up from the generator noise, so I will have to keep my wits about me as I proceed here. Some of this chicken that I had with me is starting to go stale. I'm going to put that in the fridge instead of the freezer. Don't remember if that kind of rock blocks your vehicle pathing. I'm not going to risk it. because Mulled Base was full of, already full of crates. There's no crates out here. Sure, I could make some, but if I have to do it myself, then I'll do it myself with something prettier. What happened to that other bucket of water? I had another bucket of water. What, there it is. Into the rain barrel it goes. That's 20 liters of water. That's enough for several days. Knowing my luck, we won't get any rain at all now. That's okay. We're already ahead of that scenario. It is about bedtime. I'll go ahead and, are we ready for another axe, or did I put this one down early? This one is about half condition. You know what? We've got tools for a lot of axes. I'm gonna go ahead and put another axe together here. Carve large handle. Assemble long implement. So there's a fresh axe to work with tonight after we get our first sleep here. Alright. I think this blade is still using, hang on, what if I remove the battery? What if I... Okay, the battery's gone. What if I pick it up and put it back down? Will it use the generator? Damn it, okay. That's actually kind of annoying. I can't go back to a not battery-powered, so it's a one-way street. Okay. So be it. I'll just make sure to turn it off before I go to bed. I've got plenty of other floodlights that will, function as a, whatchamacallit. No, yeah, laziness makes perfect sense in this game because, if you choose not to be lazy, you got your work cut out for you. I did. I removed the battery. Yeah, see? Remove battery. And then I try picking it up, put it back down. It just doesn't want to... It's a one-way street, sadly. That's okay. So, work cut out for us. Let's just, proceed with... choppity chop. We got a nice, big, wide open space up ahead there. I'm sure we'll get more clusters, but until then... No immediate threats. Wow, look at all that. That's quite a distance without anything, Really? Okay. Okay, there's no wilderness overgrowth on the spot between the... It's only the stupid road. Only the stupid road. Oh, that's funny. Okay. I'm not gonna question it. That just means we're probably slightly more than halfway there. I'm sure that once we get back to the dirt road, it'll go back to being, covered in shit. But yeah, if we just remember to turn north here, then we've got a route around already. We don't even have to get out and cut wood there. Proceed carefully, we can't see behind these trees. Sweet. Thought that was a zombie for a second. We're good. Okay, looks like we've got more up here then. Headed for the military research facility. It's in the stream title. Unfortunately, we're not anywhere near getting there yet. Well, we're a lot closer than we were earlier. We're still a little ways out, but yeah, we're past the halfway point. If we look at the map website here, b42map.com, this was our staging area where we started out at the beginning of the stream, and we have since cut our way through all this nonsense here, and we are now at this stage where the road fades and it becomes just a no-road area for a bit. And here it is. This is where the road reappears. That's where we're at now. The destination is, further down this way, is the military research facility. So we are not anywhere near as far away as we were from the start, but we still got some work to do, because we need to have a clean, drivable supply line in and out of that place. Because I predict we'll come out of there with a lot of stuff, and even if we don't, we're going to need to come in there with a lot of stuff, because lots of zombies. Lots and lots and lots and lots of zombies. I just find it thoroughly amusing that the one part of this area that did not have any random tree growth on it was the part where there's no dirt road. I suppose you could say that it kind of makes sense. Trees would have to compete with grass for resources. But there's a limit to that mentality. Second bedtime is upon us. Move this floodlight a little bit off to the side. We will come back and pick it up eventually. This is one of the battery-powered ones. We will need those once we're inside the facility. But until then, they are just strategically useful for cutting wood at night. Sure, I could do everything with the chest flashlight, but that doesn't have quite as much coverage. And it leaves me at the mercy of things that I can't see on the other side of a tree. I have already decided I'll be going around here. You know what? I'm going to use my scythe to remind myself of that. We're not going to scythe the whole thing. We're just going to scythe enough to be to have an obvious path. That's a pretty obvious path for my eyes to lock onto when I'm driving around here. Don't crash. Drop. Oh, great. That was a nightmare. We got most of a night's sleep from that. I think we'll be fine. Let's make a couple of more fruit salads here. Use up the remaining watermelon slices. Sweet, and then this last watermelon here, we slice it. And that'll be for the next round tomorrow. So there's our daily bread there. Two berry fruit salads. I don't know if I'm going to need another axe head while I'm out in the field, but I'm going to take one with me just in case. Perfect. Now I was going to... I need to do a trunk transfer from the fire truck to Delirio's, because Delirio's, as good as it is, I am not going to be able to tow another vehicle with it. For that, I'm going to need either the ambulance or the fire truck, and the ambulance has already got stuff in it that I'd rather not remove. So the fire truck, if I open up its trunk now by transferring everything over to the Delirio's mobile here. I actually do want to hold on to that water. That's if I need to fill up out the field. So I'll just cut these two trees, and then I'll use the scythe to let myself know that we can go around these. And this is where we'll chop again. Now remember that scything grass is not permanent. The grass does grow back. I think it takes a couple of weeks. I don't actually have an exact time on that. I haven't paid that much attention. I know it's way over 1 week. Probably 2 weeks, something like that. Here. I think we can get away without cutting these trees, but these ones here for sure. Check around behind them. We should have done that before we started cutting wood. We should always do a thorough check around and behind the trees, especially as we get closer to the joint. I have been told that there's probably not going to be very many spawns on the ground floor above the place. And that sounds believable, but there's also the factor that spawn maps are randomized now, so you cannot always take anything for granted. There's also event zombies. The farther you get out in the wilderness, the more likely they are to be significant to you. See, if you're driving through a town, and you see a couple of zombies eating a dude, or you see I don't know, just a group of survivor zombies even, those are event. But they don't often stand out as much in the middle of a town. They're more likely to happen in the middle of the town, but they can also happen out in the middle of nowhere. For example, if you build a bridge across the Ohio River and enter Indiana, one of the only times you'll see zombies, with the exception of one road that goes on forever. For the vast majority of the real estate on the other side of the Ohio River, the only time you'll ever see zombies is if you are, if it's spawned in from an event. So the lunch break event where a couple of zombies are eating a dude, or sometimes you'll see the trap zombie event where it's just a zombie laying on the ground, but when you get close to it, it'll start getting up. That's something that can happen too. All in all, when we cut our own road from the Indiana side of Louisville all the way down to West Point, we only ran into like 9 zombies total. I don't even think it hit the double digits. Oh dear. Okay. So the trees are getting thicker. I was hoping this wouldn't happen, but oh, it happened. We still got a clear path, though. I would say we've still got a clear path. Yeah. Just got to take out a couple of these larger trees. And I'm also going to scythe a little bit of grass to remind myself where we're going here. Interesting. There's a way through here for the most part. There is a way through here. We'll be doing more scything of grass than cutting of wood for this particular section. Now, that being said, even if the grass grows back after scything it, the grass that grows back will not be the tall kind. It'll be like turf. And I don't know if tall grass ever grows back. I've never seen it grow back. So what we are doing when scything grass here, part of it is temporary, but part of it is permanent. And turf grass will always be easier to drive over than tall grass. Interesting. That's not that bad. Just a few bushes, really. One or two trees. Wait, what? That doesn't remove the grass. Okay, so I can only remove that grass by hand. That sucks. Not bad. Honestly, not bad. This is, don't know how many of y'all have been here since the earlier part, but this is definitely easier going than the earlier part. I'm sure our luck might turn back around. 87 quality engine, and we'll still fail to start it 13% of the time. Definitely more bushes than trees for the moment. Not bad, not bad. I may have been wrong to despair about this part. We're definitely a lot more than halfway as of that base construction there. I could be wrong, but that may be where the road curves and turns to asphalt, but I'm not going to take anything for granted. Let us proceed. I don't necessarily need to get rid of this tree. I'm just getting rid of it because it's one of those little ones that's behind a tall one. Those never end well, even if they're not directly in your path. Doesn't need to directly be in my path. Just needs to be somewhere where I won't immediately consider it, and it's already a problem. Noticed a lot of these weirdly incomplete rocks. Not sure what's causing that. Most of them I've seen so far have been on this road. I'm just gonna proceed on foot for a short period of time here. I just want to see how far we truly go down the rabbit hole here. Because my prediction is that when the road swings this way, nothing happens. It gets thicker. Okay, so we're definitely not there yet. Closer, but not there yet. I'm going to go ahead and allocate a coffee for this. Now that we have the ability to brew more, we do have a coffee machine at our waypoint house. So I'm going to go ahead and drink a coffee because that will keep me... that'll prevent the fatigue from making my stamina recovery get nerfed into the ground. Because that's the problem that happens near the end of the day. Even before you see the first fatigue moodle, even before the first moodle comes along, you're already regaining stamina much slower. This is going to be one of the most annoying sections of road to deal with, because the trees, the tall trees surrounding the road, are going to be blocking some of our vision. Hey, there it is. There's the asphalt. We see the light at the end of the tunnel, boys. I was correct to drink a coffee. Now we can just work backwards from here. Chop our way to the truck, and we've got our road. Curious if I'll see a single zombie out here yet. Yep, okay. Now that we're starting to see zombies, we are falling back because we're not ready to start fighting yet. In fact, seeing that one zombie right there has helped me decide that we're going to build our actual waypoint base right here. Right as the road turns from dirt to gravel, or dirt to asphalt, really. Now, I also cannot guarantee that we won't have anybody coming out of the woods at this point. But I don't need guarantees. Just need to be on my guard. Head back to the vehicle and get some water. Of course, I left it running. Oh wow, this axe was just about to break. Perfect. I should very much like to come back here towing a vehicle. So I'm going to proceed until we've got the road clear. Now that we've got we know where we're going. Sweet. Mega catharsis. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a road. An actual functional road. Not this meme of a dirt road covered with covered with trees and shit. And now I can straight up leave the axe here. Slightly preemptive to gear up for combat, but I'm doing it anyway. Alright, so not only are we headed back to sleep, but after we sleep, we're headed back here with a vehicular device full of loot. So all in all, we've been at this for about 6 hours straight. The first 2 hours of that were about getting the prep work done, getting all of our perishable foods picked up. This is the battery-powered floodlight. We're going to need that. I'm going to put that in the... I'm going to put that passenger seat. I wish more stretches of the road were like this. Just nothing but pine trees and nothing growing between them. That would have made for much smoother sailing. But no, about half of the journey had to be miserable. Alright, here we are. Alright, so now we're going to head all the way back to the staging area, and we're going to load up whatever we can fit into the trunk of the fire truck, and then we are going to use the fire truck to tow back the ammo step van with us. Now, I don't think we don't have that much time before we've got to sleep one more time. So that's all we're going to be able to do. Then we'll sleep at the halfway point, and then we'll just figure out at that point what to bring forward for the first trip and what to bring forward for the second trip, and so on. I actually just want to reclaim the, I really just want to reclaim the, the rope from this log stack. Thought I would have extra rope, but I don't actually have extra rope. Not for stacks, at least. I would like to stack my rope, it makes it easier to travel. But rather silly how long it takes to get up and down this road. Alright, so everything on the floor right here, that's mostly going to be a full trunk here. A lot of it is weapons, some of it is welding materials. Nice big open range of stuff here. This will be the sink for our next base. And then we've got these two garbage bags. We're going to hand carry these, assuming... Yeah, we're just going to hand carry those. We've got about 20-something left in the trunk. That'll be this duffel here. Perfect fit. Passenger seat and the glove are mostly full. Shouldn't need the sand anymore. We can put all that away. So then we can hand carry. We might be able to hand carry the rest of this stuff. Minus the sacks of materials. And I'm okay with that if we can't do that, so let's just grab this one. And I can't grab the second, I need to drop some stuff. Now I can grab the second, now I can take the stuff I dropped and put it back on. Silly, silly, silly video game. Now we'll have to triage this pile, we won't be able to fit everything. If nothing else, these toolboxes are going to be, well, actually, a perfect fit. Wasn't expecting that. Okay. Definitely can't get everything, that's okay. What I mostly have room left for now, I'm going to take these sacks of gravel. Because those are going to be much more useful than the sand. And I'm pretty sure the trunk of this is, yeah, it's basically full. And all the seats in here, basically full. That being said, the driver's seat doesn't need to be open. So I'm going to open the door, and I'm just going to take this full garbage bag right here and throw that right in the driver's seat. And look at that, now we've got room for a little bit more. Optimizing, baby. Optimizing so hard right now. Tell me I can't pick those up. Okay. Tried dropping those, now let's try picking those back up. Okay. I can get all the toolboxes full of base construction materials. And look at that, that's basically everything except for the perishable drops. I suppose before I leave I should at least double check the status of the perishable drops here. Okay, that's not going to last too much longer. Yeah, okay. So we will come back here within a day or two. Probably before we get started with the main assault, we'll want to migrate all this forward. The math for that is going to be interesting, but I'm pretty sure we can do it. We may need to make use of the step van, and that is okay. Yeah, okay. So they've both got a couple days of fuel left. That's not the problem. Problem is going all the way back here twice. That's going to be annoying. But it's necessary. Well, actually, is it necessary? We should probably come back here within a couple of days and at least deal with what's in front of us there. Speaking of what's in front of us. Perhaps I'm not done optimizing yet. Hang on. Shit. We're really close. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. Yeah, we can do it. I can pick up the second floodlight here. We're gonna need more than one of those on battery power when we get to our destination because, well, you'll see. You'll see when we get there why we're gonna need several of those floodlights on batteries. If you know, you know. If you don't, you'll see. It'll make sense. Looks like we're gonna have fog today. Whatever. We're gonna be spending most of the day building anyway. Ooh. Okay, we're good. We're good. I almost made a very big oopsie there. Actually, now that I think about it, if we take the step van with the trailer, I think we can get both freezers, both sets of freezers at once. I think we can do that. Yeah. Should have known that would happen right as I started getting a little lazier with the which trees I chose to get rid of. That's karma coming back to bite me for not being tedious enough. Remember, we must be extremely tedious to be successful in this universe. Situationally. Step van like this, actually I would say about 80% of the time. 85, maybe 90% of the time is better to tow backwards. There are only a few key exceptions where you can tow forwards and have it be any sort of reliable. You need a very powerful vehicle like this one, but you also need to be on an asphalt road. You need to have good tires, and the vehicle that you're towing needs to be one of the ones that's a good candidate for that. Come on! God, I hate it when they fail to start 3 times in a row. That just pisses me off. Yeah. Well, okay, Aaron, I think you said you were playing B41. We're playing B42, and towing was extremely nerfed in B42, so that is something perhaps you are not looking forward to when you make the change. Assuming I remembered correctly. So, what we're going to do this time is... there's a couple things we could do, actually. We're going to put some of the stuff that we have right now by hand carry. We're putting it into the trunk of the step van here. Actually, pretty much everything. Almost pretty much everything. Like really close here. There we go. Alright, so here's what we're going to do this time. We're going to take the... Still calculating, hang on. We're going to take the step van forward. And we're going to empty it completely. And the step van is going to tow the trailer. Now, before I commit to the next phase, I'm not sure why it did that, but, yeah, I've got the trailer now. I need to run some numbers really quick. So, we've got our long calc here. 39 encumbrance of frozen produce times 3 in 3 freezers. So there's 117 encumbrance. You know what? Let's just go ahead and go for broke here. We're going to make that times 6. So we've got 234 encumbrance of frozen produce. Then we've got the freezers themselves. We have 20 times 4. Okay? And then we've got the generators. One generator for each set of those. That's 40 times 2. So that's a total of 394 encumbrance of stuff that needs to be moved. Now we're going to start subtracting based on what we can carry. We've got a perfect trunk step van, that's 208. We've got a perfect trailer, that's 130. And then we've got military backpacks on our back, left hand and right hand. That is 36 times 3. So we can handle that, and we're going to have 52 left over. That's great. So what this stupid fucking mathematical equation has proven is that if we empty out the entirety of the trunk and trailer at our destination, we can go all the way back to the staging point, and we can get not just the frozen produce, but the generators too. So we can get everything moved forward at once. And then we won't have to go all the way back to the staging point until we're done. We will be done with the staging point completely. And thankfully, I was afraid it was going to be difficult to off-road while towing the trailer, but that is not the case. We're doing fine. Now, I would say that everything in the trunk of the Flonky Mobile right now is just base building material, some of which is more than I need. So we have no qualms with emptying all of that onto the ground. As for the trailer is currently carrying ammo. So some of that ammo is going to be used. I predict probably not all of it, but some. Who knows? Maybe we'll use a lot more than I expect. Maybe we'll use exactly what I expect. Maybe we won't use that much. In any case, it's better to have all of our ammo in one place. Deep breaths. It was just a front hit. I'm going to destroy that tree out of sheer spite on my way back. I should have known that would happen. That was 3 tiles wide is like the absolute bare minimum. Absolute bare minimum for a vehicle to pass through without problems. Yeah. Alright, so, trailer, all of the ammo, and weapons bags coming out of it now. Just straight onto the floor. And I'm going to move, I suppose I'll move the Blanca Mobile forward just a little bit. Funny thing is, I've never actually consumed gin before. My channel name is quite literally just a meme. Oops. Move to floor. Alright. So the trunk is now empty. The trailer is now empty. And you know what? Let's, just for good measure, glove compartment and driver's seat too. We will clean up the rest of this crap later. And for good measure, why am I carrying this stuff? I'm carrying all of my guns and ammo, but there is hardly a single zombie on the way back. So we can drop this stuff. I do have 5 sacks of gravel on my person, but I already know exactly where I'm going to use those. That'll be right here. So it's messy, but it works. And we're just doing this because we brought some gravel with us. Yeah, we don't really need to worry too much about what to do further than that. Just wanted to actually use that gravel up. And let's have a bite of salad. Now, before I actually bring forward the stuff that I was talking about bringing forward, I would like to have the, I need to have, like, spaces ready and set up for it to deploy. So that will take some effort. We'll basically just want to get the base built first, and then have pre-calculated positions for the generators. Now, at a certain point, what I'm probably going to I'm not going to need the, I'm not going to need all the vehicles up ahead. I may end up leaving one of the vehicles at the halfway point, and that's just going to be a logistical decision if I can't get everything towed properly. Shit, which way do I go? I hate it when this happens. This happened when I was doing the Indiana road. Everyone, and it specifically happened with fog, too. I would get slipped up because, yeah, it's less obvious when the fog is blocking your long-distance view. But we're good. Definitely not as bad as Indiana. Alright, so here we leave the step van with trailer. We detach the trailer because it's not good practice to leave vehicles attached after you leave an area. Alright, so now we're going to take the fire truck forward. We're going to use the fire truck to tow the, really doesn't matter. Fire truck to tow the propane delivery mobile. And then we're just going to have to come back with the fire truck and tow the ambulance. And then we'll come back with the fire truck, leave the fire truck here, and TBA. TBA on the exact logistics of the next phase here. Looks like the fog is going to lift by noon. That's good. We're good, we're good. frightening, but we're good. I've been known to cut it close sometimes. It's sad that towing in reverse is a life skill that I have, well, if let me put it this way. Yeah, I would be much happier with having learned this if the skills actually, the spatial skills actually translated into something I could use in real life. I'm okay with reversing in real life, but reversing while towing in real life, I don't think I could ever do that. That's just so many factors to keep track of at once. I mean, I don't even think professionals do that. Towing in reverse, like with a winch. I'm sure some people do it here and there, but never for long distances like this. Yeah, B42 uses, so some tracks are new, but there's also new versions of some of the tracks. You're not hearing any of the new versions, these are all the same, these are all the mid versions. I don't use any music mods here. But I am playing the game's music because the game's music has a tendency to shut itself off after a while. So what you're listening to is what we would be hearing in a slightly different version. See, if the game's music was functioning correctly, we should be hearing the, whatchamacallit, the high orchestral versions. Because we are in vehicles. And it always plays the high orchestral versions when you're in a vehicle. There's that tree right there. It almost got me this time. Not this time, Satan. Alright, so what we're going to do is empty everything out of the trunk of the fire truck first, and then everything out of the, well, we don't actually have that much in the passenger seat, just our water really. We'll top up while we're here. Okay, the fire truck is now suitably emptied. Okay. This one will park, yeah, let's just park it over here for now. So now all that's left is the ambulance itself. We'll bring that back here. Then we'll take the fire truck back and, well actually, so now that the fire truck's empty, we probably have enough room to do the, let me run the numbers on that too. Open another TT calc. Let's do 40 times 2 for the fridges. Shit, that's already, this is already not boding well. We'll probably take the trailer. Well, no, we can't, because we're going to be towing the ambulance. So that's 40 times 2, and then, no, let's just make that 40 times 3, because that's the 2 parts to the fridge and then the generator. So there's a full trunk already for the fire truck. I don't think we have hand carry room to do the contents of the fridge. Let's just assume that the fridge is mostly full. That's going to be 65 times 2. Sorry, minus, well, okay, shit. Let's just call that the trunk. Yeah, the trunk's full. So now we're worrying about hand carry. That's 65 times 2. That's already our hands full. And that's just the fridge. I don't think the ambulance has too much room in it. If it does, then that changes our calculus a little bit. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I am considering just getting rid of a few of the watermelons straight up. If for no other reason than the fact that we have plenty left in the freezers. I don't want to do another trip if I don't have to. How am I tired at 12? Fuck this. Taking some caffeine tabs. I don't have time to be sleeping right now. Not after the fog just cleared up. I haven't yet gotten a strong grasp of how much fatigue caffeine pills reduce now. They have been nerfed since the previous build. The previous build, 42.14, or sorry, before 42.14, caffeine just set fatigue to 0. That's been nerfed, but it's still very strong. So I don't know. I'm sure it definitely got rid of a lot. I don't know if it would have gotten rid of all, though. Oh, we do have some room back here. Okay, yeah, we have room back here. We can make this work. Can and we will. So 163 in the trunk here. And we, let's just assume we're going to put the fridge back here. That leaves us with 83. So we actually have room for 3 more encumbrance back here. Cool. I think we can manage this. So caffeine has been all over the place, right? Caffeine started out as being weaker than coffee, which never once made sense. Nothing about that ever made sense. That has been fixed. Caffeine is no longer weaker than coffee. Caffeine is now definitively stronger than coffee. However, it is, it's not as good as it was in just the last patch, which after 42.13.0, which is when we started this character, caffeine tabs would set your fatigue to 0. That was overpowered. I mean, it's, you know, because deleting all of your fatigue completely, yeah, that's a little OP. Alright, we drop our backpack, we drop our satchel, and we can now pick up fridge parts. Shit, we're really close, but not quite there. I'd like to be able to put the generator on this side, so what we're going to do is, we just need to get 6 encumbrance out. That's just 2 watermelons. We just need to sacrifice 2 watermelons, and then we will be able to fit the... Oh my god. Sorry. I'll talk about that later. The potatoes went stale. The ones we've been keeping in the fridge since we harvested. Whatever. Fucking whatever, I don't care. Couldn't pay me to care at this point. We're just gonna take these 2 watermelons and seed them out. But I can't. I need a... Why can't I seed these watermelons? They're frozen. That's probably why. Fuck it, we'll just leave them behind. You couldn't pay me to care about 2 watermelons if it's gonna result in another trip. No, I'm perfectly okay with caffeine pills being where they are. In terms of their loot strategy, generally they should be equal to a cup of coffee. I've said this before, but I quite literally take caffeine pills when I'm too lazy to make tea. And I can just tell you from personal experience that, yeah, it's equal to a cup of coffee or a cup of black tea. We're gonna take the bed with us. I'm gonna leave the camp. I'm gonna leave the camp stuff here. I'm gonna leave the camp stuff here. I just need to make sure to pick it back up again before I leave this area entirely. I need a ball peen hammer out of the satchel here. So at least I still have a place to sleep in here. Even though I don't necessarily need it, I probably won't need it again. But, well, fuck. That looks really silly. That looks really silly, but it's actually going to work. Is it? I can't access the interior of the tent from here. Okay, we'll have to reorient it. Alright. There we go. Sleeping bag and pillow so we can still sleep here if the situation calls for it. So the end result of this operation is we're going to have the Ford generator, the yellow one, and we're going to have the fridge and all the contents of the fridge at our destination, as well as a bed. And then we'll build out enough room to bring the other stuff at maybe a day or two from now. Probably just one more day, because it'll only take the rest of today to get set up at our destination. Why would they have alcohol pills? Actually, alcohol was a thing, but that was not around in the 90s. I don't know if alcohol was ever a very good idea. Powdered alcohol, you could add it to a drink. Oh shit, I just went the wrong way. I was gonna blame the fog for it, but no, that was just a good old-fashioned skill issue. Yeah. No, I agree. I have been transitioning away from... I used to do Fireball whiskey almost exclusively. I have been moving more and more towards Bailey's. Bailey's, flavored Bailey's. They've got Bailey's Irish Cream with Belgian chocolate now. And that is some fantastic stuff. It's basically alcoholic chocolate milk is what it is. If you're a confident drunk, perhaps. I am I'm a happy drunk. But, not generally, I don't generally take risks, even when I'm not drunk, so even when I am drunk, the risk-taking is not that high. The, one time I've ever had to drive while I was under the influence was because somebody needed to leave, and I was parked in front of them, and that was one of the scariest experiences of my life, because I was like, oh god, what if I get a DUI? But no, I was just moving a car approximately, 20 feet. It still felt terrifying, though. Never want to do that again. Here we're coming with the tree here. I don't have the capacity to remove it right now, so just be very careful not to deviate. That bastard right there. Clear. I don't think I have a solid destination for where I want the fridge yet. I'm just gonna put it somewhere. In my hands is the bed. I am also just gonna put that somewhere. Backpack has the contents of the fridge. Off comes the backpack. Off comes the satchel. We can now pick up fridge parts because that weighs 40. Yeah, I know exactly where I'm putting the fridge. There. Generator is in here. We've also got some beef going stale here. So, same with the mutton. I really do hate it when shit goes stale after I've gone through this much effort to preserve it, but nothing I can do. Literally nothing I can do. I have done as much as humanly possible to preserve my stuff. At least stale is a warning, because I can still use it in a recipe while it's stale. maximum good layering job there. 10 out of 10, game of the year. Alright, not too mad about it. I'm gonna need to go get my axe back out. I'm gonna need nails. Probably more than I have immediately, but wait, really? Do I really not have a few more nails somewhere here? That may be a skill issue. Should absolutely have a few more boxes of nails. There's so many stockpiled elsewhere that to forget to bring a few extra here would have been a skill issue of the century. But that, yeah, skill issue of the century. All this stuff that I brought. And of course, I would forget something that fundamental. Okay then. And the funniest part about all this is I don't have more nails back at the, I don't have more nails back anywhere. That's gonna be it. So we're not gonna be doing as much construction with logs. We literally can't. Now we do have tons and tons of metal that we brought with us, but that's, we're gonna hit a dead end with that. And we're gonna hit that dead end quicker than I might imagine. I got greedy when it comes to nails. I really did. But that's okay. We've got 8 sets of welding rods here. That means, well, I did not bring any, didn't bring any steel rods, did I? Without steel rods, I can't build metal walls. Wow, okay. This has been eye-opening for me. That doesn't mean that we're screwed, but that means our options are rather hilariously limited. Like, that is such a limit to our options that I would feel more interested in just driving back to Irvington and getting a carton of nails. Yeah, that would feel more sensible. Why not use the trailer ahead? To do what? Ooh, hang on. Oops, not crafting. There it is. Steel sheet, 2 small steel sheets, 1 scrap metal. I could just... This is going to sound really fucking stupid. I could just make a wall out of metal crates. I actually have enough resources for that. As stupid as that sounds, I unironically have enough resources for that. What am I missing? No, seriously, what am I missing? Welding torch, right. This one is almost empty. My kitchen today shall have nothing but metal crates. I am making a new place. I'm not sure what you mean by use the trailer. What would I be using the trailer for to improve the situation where I don't have any nails? That was just a skill issue that there's not much of a fix for right now. We may improvise here. I think I'm going to improvise. I don't feel like going all the way back to... I don't feel like going all the way back to Irvington. I'm just going to improvise. We'll figure something out. was it really necessary to bring a barbell and a dumbbell? That was possibly the biggest waste of space that I could have done for an operation like this. That's okay. I'm not that mad about it. One of the problems here is that I was working with a base kit that is kind of meant for larger bases that are easier to set up than bases like this, which are, well, they're a bit of a challenge to set up, to say the least. I would like to make a weapons box next. Alright, this is our weapons box. We're not going to bother with putting ammo in boxes because the ammo is literally meant to stay in the ammo vans. Funny thing is, I'm willing to bet that there is a small chance I could find some nails if I went to Rosewood. I might have some nail boxes left over at my base there, which that would be a lot faster than going to Irvington. The only problem is I don't know how much I have there. It may just be one box, and if I really want to build this out, I might need more than one box. So I have not decided how I'm going to proceed with that just yet. Still considering my options. That's a little far. Actually, I could do worse than to put it here. I'll be able to tell right away if something comes out of the forest, which is liable to happen. Now, the gas tank of the step van down here, the ammo van, probably has the most gas in it, and probably needs it the least, because I won't be driving around with it anywhere near as often as the other ones, so we'll go ahead and siphon the, siphon some generator gas out of here, and then we'll use the cans we just siphoned to figure out where we're going to put the generators for the perishables. It would not behoove me to put them too close to the actual, no, I should not put them too close to the actual military research facility. So we don't want to be getting any closer down that direction. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's just do up here. We'll do one right here. And then we need at least 20 tiles away from here. 2, 6, 7, 8. You know what? Let's just put it up here next to this rock. It's a little far away, but it'll work. Alright, it's bedtime, so I'm going to deploy the bed that I brought with me here. Right, I saw a single zombie between us and the guard shack. I'm not even risking that. If it sounds a little bit obsessive, then I would understand completely. But, no. I'm not, See, another thing is I don't know, just because there might not be initial spawns in sufficient quantity to be a problem, there may be more close enough to where it's currently clear that it will be a problem later on. I'm actually going to go ahead and get some of this meat into a roast now. Who knows how much longer it's all going to last. One helping of beef as a starter. Then mutton. And pumpkin. And then venison. That's steak. Okay, we'll cook those tomorrow, or after, at least after we sleep. I just wanted to get some of those ingredients into a meal ASAP. Temporary spot for the bed here. Just somewhere that's on the other side of containers. Pillow. What would I have done with a pillow? I don't know. Guess there's one there. Also, this can go over there. Oh my god. There we go. Once again, doesn't consider the pillow to be on the bed. Let's try that once more. Now it does. No idea what causes that. Oh, great, rain. It's actually not that bad. Yeah. Worse things have happened. What does it take to build stairs out of metal? Steel rods, of course. Of fucking course it costs rods. The one thing I didn't bring enough of. I really hate that. I really fucking hate that. Well. I could use twine for that, really. How about no? An interesting thing to think about, though. You know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna move forward. We're gonna press on. Let me make a salad real quick here. This sounds like it might be a storm. Well, at least we'll have no shortage of water at the halfway point, so that base will still be very useful to us. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep at 3:50 or at 4 a.m. here. Not tired enough to sleep. Fuck you. Just let me sleep, for fuck's sake. I hate this game sometimes. I hate this fucking game sometimes. I'm gonna proceed and survey what we're looking at up ahead. That will determine what my next moves are. No firearms yet. We're going to strictly keep it to melee. I should have a machete on me, but I don't. We're going to fix that really quick. Alright, so anybody who's still here, who's been here from the beginning, your patience is rewarded. We are now finally arriving at the marquee event here. I feel like I should over-prepare. Alright, we're officially over-prepared. You know, so far nothing I've built can't be moved. The guardhouse is not the worst idea. But we're gonna push forward just a little bit further before we make that call. I want to see what's waiting for us on the other side of this fence. Whether it's gonna be a lot, whether it's gonna be a knot. Really? Oh, right, I'm not wearing the rest of my kit. I was wondering why I wasn't overloaded. That's the rest of my kit right there. We're supposed to have a sledgehammer out here somewhere. There it is. All right. The chances are astronomical, but sure, I'll take a look. It is worth checking. Yeah, not quite, but that being said, we don't necessarily need the geese because there's windows there that can be forced open. At least for the guard tower. For the rest of the place, we'll see. Caffeine pills, sweet. Oh, fuck! God damn it. Thanks for announcing your presence, I suppose. That sounded closer than it was. We're good. Okay, the fact that there's people in the trees, that's significant. I'm glad I learned this. Because people in the trees, there could be any number of them, and we would never know how many. Am I going to collect all of them? Probably not. Am I going to collect some of them? Absolutely. Alrighty then. So, first things first, I don't like letting the fences tell me what to do. I'll mosey up a little further before I make any decisions on this, but at some point I will absolutely be sledgehammering holes into the fences, because I don't respond well when the game tells me where to go based on fences like this. Hello, okay, yeah, so we're, okay. I see how it is. That sounds like an aggro noise. But where? I hear somebody making noise, but I don't see anybody. Okay, whatever. Oh, it's her. We can hear her all the way up there. Oh, she's making the noise. She's making the noise that says I can't get to him. Okay. Let's probe the other side. I'm gonna probe the other side, see what it looks like over there. I feel like the place has changed a little bit in layout since the website has updated, but I don't know. Watch this one have one of the best engines. It's a 93. It's better than the one I have. I don't know if that means I'm gonna fully recover it, but I'm gonna bring it back with me. I find that really funny. Of all the places to find a D6 that's even better than the one I'm currently rocking. And when I repair the trunk on this one, one's going to be better than the one I'm currently rocking. Not by much, but anything spawned in 42.13, like our other one, is going to be limited to 130. Ooh, look at this, look at this. Where did these guys come from? I'm glad I didn't fucking set up here yet. I'm just going to leave it off to the side out here for now. Now I wonder. I cannot unlock the door from this side. Alas. Not entirely unexpected. I think I may use the guard shack here, but, that means I will have to make a new door, which is no problem. We have the materials for that. Putting the heavy weapons and armor away for now. I'm definitely not going to be moving up in a rainstorm like this. Alright, I can now replace the door with one of my own. It's actually just a twist of fate that I'm going to have enough resources for this, minus the, of course I don't have enough, I don't have enough rods. I can fix that easily enough. Pure twist of fate that I had exactly the correct amount of metal bars for the guard shack. I did not plan that specifically. Oh, thanks. It's hardly the, Oh, which setup? Which setup? Are you talking about my bass? Because my bass is completely deconstructible right now. Oh, no, I don't use any mods. Oh, you know what? Speaking of which, if you're talking about my my battle station here, my stupid over-the-shoulder cam is broken. I didn't even realize. I hate it when it does this. Graphino. I'm using my phone. I'm using my phone as the camera. But when Graphene OS decides to update itself and restart the phone, I don't even realize. Reconnected his webcam, then I have to reboot. I have to reboot FFFUUUU here. I know how to do the trick. Ah, that's more like it. Thanks for reminding me. I couldn't even tell you how long it's been like that. I wish it would just give me a black screen instead so that I could tell. Sword needs to come off. I think that's going to be close enough. We're about to find out. Yeah, it's close enough. Oh, the lights do work. No, they don't. Okay, so that's a bit of a trap. It looks like the lights should work, but they don't. That means the generator is just one tile too far away. That's no problem. We can fix that. That's more like it. To make sure that I don't accidentally rip the stuff that I've got in my backpack. In fact, just to be sure, I'm going to go ahead and take the stuff out of my backpack that I don't want to accidentally rip. So why am I ripping clothing? We needed stairs to get to get a spot on the roof. And we don't have anything that we can use for nails. So we're just gonna use logs. And we can use dirty rags for that. It used to be that we couldn't use dirty rags, but now we can. Here's something I've never tried. I've never tried making a metal trough and using it as a rain barrel. Theoretically, I feel like that should be possible. What am I doing right now? We're going to be fighting our way into the military base, but we're establishing we have to establish an outpost first. And we kind of ran into a hard spot because we ran out of nails, and we didn't bring any other things we could use to make stairs, but problem is now solved. We made log stairs. That was a bit of an interesting thing to do, but it worked. Now, why do we need to do this? I would like to get rain barrels up while we still got rain. Now, that said, I don't actually know if we'll be able to do that, so we're going to try something other than rain barrels. Hello. I'm going to have to be prepared for this, more of this. More random dudes who I wasn't quite expecting to see here. Now the propane delivery mobile here is just nothing but spare ammo. Spare ammo for days in here. I'm just going to park it over here. This truck has nothing in the trunk. We can use it to pick some more stuff up. A lot of what we brought with us is welding stuff, but slightly redundant welding stuff. Well, even walling off the entrance, they'll just walk up and attack it. That wouldn't accomplish too much. Four straight up steel sheets. I can do that. I got 3. So even if this doesn't work, I think this will work. But if it doesn't, then it's still something that will capture rain. In fact, just to get ahead of the fact that it might not work, I'm going to put it off to the side as an outcropping. So that's going to fill up with rainwater. And then I'll go downstairs and check to see if I can fill up using that. Or if I can plumb using that. We would need the wrench, or the pipe wrench. which I'm not sure if I'll have. Welding stuff can just go on the floor right here. I don't have a particular home for it. Hello. Fucking... This is one of the reasons I didn't want to come here. But the guardhouse, even if we're going to have a few Zeds to deal with, that's fine. We can make it work. I'm just kind of shocked that I didn't see these guys earlier. Come on, split up. We're only stage 1 fatigue, so we can still two-shot him with a machete. I do that all the time. It is risky, but it's a calculated risk. Ah, look at that, more. Of course, there's more. I should expect this. See, what's happening here is they're walking all the way around to try to get around this fence, and that's leading them straight to me. As soon as I saw the first couple of zombies do that, I kind of had a feeling that was going to be how it would play out, but we're committed to this course of action now, so we're just going to have to deal with it as they come. So we do all default settings here. So of course, respawn is enabled by default. Therefore, yeah, respawn's enabled. Apocalypse. That is all default settings. That is how the game is meant to be played. That is the best way to give the developers feedback during unstable beta, is to just play all default settings on Apocalypse. That's not to say that the devs actually listen to me personally, but other people might have a better shot at it. Probably a much better shot. I was a bit of a dick last time. I tried to give the devs feedback. This gets tedious fast. There we go. There's a place to sleep. And there's a pillow. So we are ready to sleep when the time comes. Our bedtime is about 22:30. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It is very unfortunate, but mods have a tendency to get absolutely annihilated by updates. I don't generally recommend playing heavily modded games on B42, but if you do, just be advised it's probably going to break. Probably. The devs are somewhat decent about providing rollbacks for us. I can keep the kit on me, but I do need to do... Honestly, this stuff should be going with me in the ambulance. That's my ATC bag. This is my rifle bag. The rope bundle can go back into the fire truck for now. We have seen a lot of random zombies show up here. That is something to be worried of, or wary of, I suppose, not worried. Alright, we have one metal crate to go back and get. Ooh. That's 6 square rope right there. I can use that to make another, yeah, okay. Honestly, all this is just general stuff that should be deployed here now that we've decided on a permanent location. Alright, it's the last shipment of stuff from the 4 staging ground here. Bit of a false start, but at least we didn't get too committed to it. Okay, so all that's left to come back and pick up here is just a couple of really heavy ammo boxes, ammo cartons. Right, so one of the things that we did here, KTR, I think you saw this, but yeah, if anybody else is not familiar, what we did here is when the update dropped and all of our 223 ammo just straight up got deleted, what we did is we added back, using debug mode, we just added back the new ammo type in equal amount. So we had 7 cartons of 223 collected, we just added 7 cartons of 357. And that is basically cosmically even, because ammo distributions are pretty much even when it comes to the long term. Now, a fair bit of what we are unloading, a fair bit of it may stay here permanently. If we end up with more loot that we have to ship back than we can fit in what we've already got here, then a fair bit of this will just stay. Depending on context, right? Obviously, I'm not going to leave behind a bunch of ammo. In fact, I will not be leaving behind any ammo. Ammo will be going forward with us, because that is something that we absolutely need to have in large amounts when we go to Louisville someday. Alright, and that is the fire truck empty out of everything except for some variety stuff. You know, this electronic stuff. We should probably bring this in, too. Everything except for that spare battery, because we have plenty of that. Spare battery inside can stay. Okay. Gearing back up. Let's see here. I might as well go ahead and cook up some of this. Yeah, I've got these roasts that need to get cooked. I should have started cooking these a while ago, actually. That'll all take a minute to cook, so we have got a little bit of time to spare here. This bucket is probably full. Yeah. Buckets fill a lot faster than these bigger containers, so just empty the bucket into the bigger container, then leave the bucket where it was. I still don't know if I can actually plumb this feeding trough down to the sink. But if I can't, then the feeding trough is at least collecting water that I can transfer elsewhere later. Worst case scenario, I'll just fill the bucket from the trough and then boil it at the sink, or boil it at the oven here. And I'm gonna go ahead and fast forward through this. That got us some really chunky. All these are 80s, so they all came out to 100. So these are all 100 roasts. We give them the correct name here. I call them 100 roast because they reduce 100 hunger. So I still remember what it's going to be worth when I eat like a quarter of it later on. And we'll put away 2 of those back in the fridge. One of them we'll hold on to as our regular food. So we are very hungry right now. Are we at stage 3 hunger? No, we're, yeah, that's good. So we'll get our first sleep in now. We'll have to get a second sleep as soon as the game will let us. Now, if we had zombies wander in overnight, what they would most likely be attracted to is the generator, unless they actually got direct line of sight on us, which is, I can't rule that out. That window right there would be the most likely culprit. Well, okay, so I don't know if I can. I don't have the, what is it? I don't have the, pipe wrench with me. I left the pipe wrench at our waypoint base. So we are going to have to stop by the waypoint base in order to actually see if it's going to work or not. I don't yet know if it's going to work. I do also have to step away briefly IRL. I won't be on long, just about a minute and a half or so. So I'm just going to have our girl chill here for a moment because, I mean, it's still pouring rain. And we're waiting until she can sleep again. Actually, while the rain is still pouring, believe it or not, you can use water on the ground to wash yourself. So we're just going to give her a quick wash up. You can't wash any of your laundry doing this because there's never enough water. But the game lets you wash yourself in increments. Yeah, there we go. We're all washed up. Alright, I'll be right back just a moment here. Alright, so I'm back. What if a Z came by now? Fun fact, I can actually hear sound. So if a zombie came by and started making noise and started hitting stuff, I'd be able to hear it, and I would know to rush back. As opposed to refilling my water and whatnot. Alright, second sleep, here go. I was kind of hoping the rain would be done by the time we woke up, but no, that was too much to hope for. Okay, so here's our order of operations. We need to get the rest of our food moved up here. If anybody watching was not here earlier, we still have a lot of food. And one of the reasons I've been able to proceed with this operation uninterrupted is because I don't have to go back to Riverside or West Point anymore. I have moved all of my food forward from those locations. So what I'm doing now is emptying anything extraneous from my bags. And what we're going to do to proceed is take the truck back with us, the fire truck here. We're going to take that back to our waypoint base. And we're going to leave the fire truck at the waypoint base, because at the waypoint base what is waiting for us is a step van with plenty of room in it. I should get the rest of this ammo moved up now before I forget about it. I will forget about it if I don't get it moved now. I could always just pause the game when I step away, but it doesn't feel right for some reason. So I always wait to step away until I'm in a good place, a safe place. And remember, it will take a single zombie quite a long time to break through one of these barred windows. A group of zombies, not so long. A group of zombies can actually break through a metal barricaded window surprisingly fast. Alright, so we have already confirmed that there's nothing left essential to our forward progress in the truck here. So once we're done with the truck, we can leave the truck behind at the waypoint base, come back for it sometime in the future. But I did run the numbers, and it should be possible for us to move everything at once here. We'll call this a victory lap. You guys can see firsthand exactly how much we had to do today. If you weren't here earlier, we had to do a lot in order to fight our way into this military research facility. This is the only way in, by the way. There's only there's one dirt road with a couple of forks in it, but we more or less took the most efficient route in, one of them. Well, no, I mean, yeah, there's no shame whatsoever in using debug mode to learn. Just, I would recommend don't form too many bad habits based on it. At the end of the day, it's a video game. We're here to have fun. I get a very strange amount of thrill from playing a game where I could lose everything. Everything I've got to do is all at once. I'm putting everything on the line every time I go out there and fight zombies, and that's part of the thrill for me. Alright, here's our pipe wrench. So this is what we were unable to do before. These axes can stay here. They've both seen better days. What did I leave on the floor here? Just a few more torches. We can't leave any of those behind. I want to be able to look at this particular place and say I'm completely done with it. And it's basically still just here as a place to stop by if we need to on the way there. I did have more nails after all. Okay. Better late than never in terms of finding out what I have. Alright, so the most important part of this is we've got a trunk with 208 encumbrance and a trailer with 130 encumbrance. That should be enough to transport everything that we need to transport from the staging point. You can grow hemp, but it only lets you use hemp as a tailoring material. Or you can use hemp seeds as ways to make vegetable oil. I think vegetable oil is broken right now. Right now it takes like 30 crop plots of sunflower seeds to make like a dozen or so vegetable oil, or like it was a total of 6 vegetable oil we got from our entire sunflower harvest. It was kind of wild. I feel like the ratio of seed paste, each seed paste should have 30 units, but every seed paste counts as 1. It's just not, it doesn't line up with everything else, like the milk, for example. 5 liters of milk being able to give us butter, which is even more of a fattening agent than vegetable oil. Yeah, in terms of balance, nothing about it feels right. Right? Hemp is illegal for different reasons. Weed is illegal because the capitalists don't want people to have another thing to make them lazier. Hemp is illegal because the cotton industry just wanted to get ahead of any competition. Alright, so the garbage bags full of stuff go into the Plonky Mobile directly. And then the freezers go into the whatchamacallit. And these generators made it down to 46% fuel. So we did definitely come back here at the right time. If we got stuck into fighting our way into the military research facility, I'm not sure we would have made it back here before that stuff would have started going bad. Now, as much as I would like to be able to take the rest of that stuff, we've got to prioritize what we've gone out of our way to preserve, which is this stuff here. Shit. Well, I guess that means we are going to probably ditch some watermelons, depending. Oh, fuck off. Oh, you know what? We can limit break our inventory. I almost forgot about this. Oh, shit. Maybe not. Oh, shit. Okay. Fuck. The popsicle freezers are very inconsistent. Sometimes they weigh 40 and sometimes they weigh 20. There's no consistency. I don't understand why sometimes they weigh 40 and sometimes they weigh 20. I fucking hate that. I really wish they would just pick a fucking size. Because this has fucked everything up. This has fucked everything up. I don't know if I'm going to be able to take everything now. Because the popsicle freezers decided to weigh 40 now instead of 20. But I have no choice. I've got to take what I can and move forward with it. I think I can manage this. Here's how we're going to play it. Generators in the trunk here. I'm going to use an exploit because it's appropriate to use an exploit to deal with something this fucking stupid. When a piece of furniture can't have a consistent weight, yeah, I'm just going to use an exploit. So, when you're picking up popsicle freezers, you can actually break your inventory size. Normally, you can never pick up more than 50 encumbrance. But I'm putting the chest freezers in my side bags now. And I'm just going to pick up the, I'm going to pick up the floodlights first, and then I'm going to pick up the popsicle freezer. And then we're going to have everything. So we just broke our inventory size. I'm currently carrying 87 encumbrance on my person. I am doing that shamelessly because these fucking popsicle freezers just can't seem to decide whether they want to weigh 20 encumbrance or 40. We're not going to be able to bring these buckets of water, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. So now that we're loaded up very heavily, if we lose some speed in like third gear, we're going to have to drop down to first by just taking our foot off the gas for a sec. Yeah, like that. If we lose that much RPM and stay stuck in third gear, the automatic transmission just starts working against us. My absolute fucking kingdom for a manual transmission. In this universe, I can be level 10 mechanics and I can fucking repair engines using scraps from other engines, but I can't turn a manual transmission into an auto, or vice versa. Kinda silly. Is what it is, though. Yep. This was, we spent a solid 8 hours on logistics today. And I would do it again. I enjoy this. This is fun for me. I know it's definitely not for everybody. We definitely did not retain a lot of our viewers today. Pretty high rate of people clicking on the video. But I imagine a number of people were disappointed that it was going to take this long to get there. Sorry about that, guys. There's only so much I can do. I'm a slave to my own nature as much as I am this video game. Well, wait, vegetable oil was fixed in 42.14? I didn't see any patch notes, or it went over my head. This is why we were so meticulous with clearing as many trees as we could, because we were going to have to go back and forth on this road many times. We're not done with the back and forth, but we are for this leg of the journey. The back and forth will resume when we are ready to finish up here. All right, here's one of our sites. I left a gas can next to it already. Generator there, regular, and then popsicle freezer. Strawberries are still fresh, somehow. God damn it. Some of my cabbage has already gone stale. Whatever. Alright, so this vehicle is now completely empty for the most part. It is now loot storage for the inevitable loot that we're going to come out of this place with. And now we have a box of nails. That has changed everything in terms of what we can do. So even if we aren't able to make a rain barrel, even if we aren't able to do that, we will be able to... I'm sorry, even if we aren't able to plumb what we wanted to plumb, we will still be able to make a rain barrel. So let's try that first. Let's get out our pipe wrench here, put it in our primary hand. I know one of our homies in chat wanted to know if this is possible. I should very much like to know if it's possible too. Alright. Nope, it's not possible. So, unfortunately, we are not able to plumb a trough to a sink. It's annoying because we can plumb a fucking water dispenser to a sink, but not a trough, apparently. But that's okay, because we're going to build some proper rain barrels now that we came back here with some nails. And this car battery charger is, well, we'll use it for charging batteries as we need to. This was a spare, so I can leave here. I can leave it here even if we don't end up using it. most of this stuff can go in here. Okay, we need logs now. We're literally surrounded by logs. That'll be no problem. But I'm not even going to bother cutting them because all I got to do is go pick them up. There's a billion on the floor back here. Eight logs, that's going to be 24. That's plenty of rain barrels for now. If we need more, then we'll make more. Yeah, I can do an M4. Let me just go get some clay. We'll just go back and get some clay. That'll be easy peasy. There it is. 2 tarps, 3 garbage bag boxes. Now that I've put the rain barrels down, the rain is going to stop. I just fucking know it. That's always how this works. Look at that. Like fucking clockwork, the rain is easing up. Like fucking clockwork. Unbelievable. Where is my wood axe? I have a wood axe somewhere. I'll just use the firefighter axe, it's fine. right. That doesn't work to go from that side, and I can't go from that side. I need to sledgehammer a wall here. Shit. Well. That is so that I can actually extract the water from the feeding trough. Very rare that I actually get to eat a 100 roast and get 100% effectiveness out of eating it. Usually when I have a roast that big and I eat a quarter of it, it's usually because I am overeating. But now it's time for the magic moment. Let us plumb this sink to the newly established rain barrels. Abuski, we got water in the guardhouse. Slightly better preparation would have resulted in us having water at the guardhouse a lot sooner. But yeah, it's not like we didn't waste anything by putting down this metal trough. It's still captured water. We can still use that water. All we gotta do is transfer it from the metal trough over to one of these rain barrels. Definitely late for bed, and that's okay. What? Okay. It's impossible to destroy those, I guess. Huh. Wouldn't be the first thing that I've seen refuse to die. Alright, we get our first sleep. Hey, look at that, the rain is done. That's going to help us move closer to actually assaulting the base, because I don't want to do it while we've got a bunch of weather problems. I'm hoping that we don't get fog tomorrow. God help us if we get fog tomorrow. I'm going to be mad about it. I'll be mad if we have fog tomorrow. AEBS. What is that? Automatic Epic Battle Simulator? Never. Oh, automated emergency broadcasts. You know what? Hey, it's about to be turn of the hour. Yeah, let's, YOLO. Good call. Knox Power Grid, blackout. Today, blah, 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 blah. Tomorrow. Come on, tell me the cloud pattern. Some clouds, periods of heavy cloud. Weather period predicted to end in the night, expecting light to moderate rain. I think that's talking about tonight. So we might have another day of this shit. We'll see. Oh, great! Weather period to start in the night, expecting showers or heavy rain. I have no idea why that gets so loud. I'm sorry. Anyway. That just means that we're not really going to be able to rely on good weather at any point, ever. Not much of a surprise there. I mean, when have I ever been able to rely on good weather here? After one, okay, so, yep. Yep, we're fucked for the next 2 days then. I'm not going to let that stop me. I mean, at least it looks like we're going to get breaks in the rain. We'll just have to look forward to the breaks in the rain to try to deal with some of the outdoor crowds by then. I mean, obviously, once we get indoors, that's not going to be a problem. I should have the bomb-making kit on that side. Yeah. Speaking of bombs, let's see if we can put together some smoke bombs. I need rags and fucking newspapers. Every time that fucks me up. Maybe we'll find some newspapers indoors. I don't know. That always really fucks me up that newspapers are the only thing you can use for that. But nothing else to be done for it. All of the bombs that we can make, we already have. It's 86 2K. Let's, I think these bombs already have triggers. Let's get a noisemaker with a trigger just in case. Right, we got a trigger, and now we've got a remote noise generator. I don't often use remote noise generators, but there are use cases for them. And we do have a separate separate container for that. Let's make some coffee. I can add strawberries to my coffee. I had no idea. I had no idea I could add strawberries to my coffee. That is frickin' that. Okay, cool. Didn't know that. Learn something new every single time I play this game. Didn't even bring any sugar. But I guess that counts. Absolutely, that counts. All right, F Alpha here. This bag needs to be out in the ambulance, and we're also going to take our JS 6000. Sorry, JS 2000. This it hurts my soul that I'm going to have to start using this because right now it has 6 shells in the tube. Because before the previous patch, before then, we were able to load 6 shells in the tube. Now we can only load 5 now. But the first time we unload with this shotgun, we'll be able to do 6 shots. We'll never be able to do that again. Strawberry mocha smoothie, 10 out of 10, game of the year. Next thing you know, we're gonna have the some of our NPCs are gonna be asking for unicorn frappuccinos. Okay. Ready for combat? Let's get some shells, some boxes of shells open up here. All right, 225 shotgun shells to work with here. I'm just gonna take both of these roasts. I don't know how we're gonna pan out with that, but yeah. And our bandolier is already full of 357. Most of what's on the floor right here is still just 9mm. We're good on 9mm for the moment. 9mm is a fallback caliber for us. Yeah, okay. Speaking of fallback calibers, we are going to be carrying the SN38 as well. Alright, boys. We're loaded for bear. Refill our water. After all that effort, it sure would suck if we just ran out of water and would have to go back here. All right. I get the feeling that the combat music is going to have no problem triggering back on. Now here's a slight problem. These woods are actually not a slight problem. These woods are a huge problem. If there are zombies that can hear us shoot right here, I would like to lure them out. So we're going to get started right here with the guns. And what I'm going to do is after shooting, I'm going to fall back a little bit. Now remember, we never shut off the in-game music. It's just not playing. So we'll have the music start overlapping when combat music kicks in. It's whatever. Jeez Louise. My ambient kit is actually bringing me to stage 3 over encumbrance. That is, I can't do that. I can't do that. We're gonna have to leave the backup revolver behind. I didn't want to do that, but Well, I didn't get to strength level 10 yet, and we're feeling the effects of it. This kit would be no problem for Annie Mae, because she was strength level 10 before we started carrying it. Anybody who comes out of the woods right now would be somebody that would flank us if we moved up too far. But I'm also not going to stand around and wait for them all day. If we didn't get anybody over here by now, then I'm not going to call it safe, but I am going to call it okay for now. I'm curious about one thing. I don't know how well this will work, but I'm gonna take my rifle out. That definitively sounds like it's coming out of my right speaker right now. Oh wow! Look at that. She's right there. I could literally poke her with my knife. Okay, so you see, she's just standing there because she doesn't know how to get to me. So this is how we're going to handle that. MSR 788 in our hands. It's a great day for shooting. And look at that, the zombies have no idea how to get to us. They're going to give up when they realize they can't get to us. So we're going to be, as silly as this sounds, we're going to be shooting a number of them through the fence here. Now, we are taking a bit of a penalty for doing this. And there's the combat music. Alright, I'm going to drop the shotgun on the floor. And we're going to keep the MSR 788 on our back. You notice how the moment I move up a little bit, suddenly it looks like they know how to get to me all of a sudden. That's very interesting. Wasn't expecting a shooting gallery, but I'll take it. See, look at that. They started moving. Why did they start moving just now? Who's back here making noise? Oh. Throwing off my sense of sound like crazy because my auditory feedback is telling me they're everywhere. Actually, see, if we move just a little farther up, then they suddenly seem to know how to get to us. I don't think so. But I can't rule that out. Look at that. See how they started moving? Oh, here we go, here we go. Some of them have found out how to get to us. That's it for our MSR 788 ammo, unless we go get some more. I'm going to put this shotgun in my backpack. I'm not sure from how far away we're starting to pull them, but I do know that we've got quite a few. Let's go ahead and move up. Ooh, hello there. I like how the combat music, now that it finally kicked in, the regular music is back. So we don't have to use our playlist anymore. Or for now, at least. Ooh, look at all that. That's primary shotgun bait right there. Let's grab one more, box of 762. Except for full. Oops. I was expecting much more shotgun use than 762. That's okay. We can always just carry one, drop the other. Ooh, here we go. definitely feeling like the... Oh, wait a minute. That's not the shotgun. I'm an idiot. I'm an actual idiot. I was using the rifle as a shotgun. And wondering why the hell nobody was dying. That's more like it. Give me that multi-hit. That's what I'm talking about. Coming in on the right. Shooting gallery. Wait for her. I always grip my mouse a little too tight when I'm surrounded by zombies like this. I don't care if they're on the other side of an invulnerable wall. I'm still extremely at risk, especially if one of them just moseys up and I don't catch them. I'm at almost complete auditory drown-out because of all this, oh, and of course, I'm sick from all the fucking corpses. I hate thickness. I hate it. It's literally just something they added to the game to inconvenience us. Whatever. Guess if we kill zombies too quick, we're having too much fun, and we're not allowed to have too much fun. But it's realistic, man. Alright. And there goes the sickness moodle, but, oh, this is like a shipping entrance. Okay. Okay. I should have my bandana on. I'm gonna go back into the stink zone. Put the, shotgun away for a moment. We're gonna go grab the, rifle. I should be more careful about where I drop it. Bitch and bitch ass out of that tree, bitch. See, I'm obsessing about killing all these guys because I know that if I don't kill them now, eventually they will find a way around and harass me when I don't expect it. So I'm going to kill anybody I see as soon as I see them. And not a second later or before. I'm not going all the way inside the place. In fact, once they get rid of this gate... Hello. We're not going inside. Not at all. But we have no choice but to deal with whoever is coming out of the front here. Now, we actually cannot use weapons to go through the fence here. You know, I don't think I've ever seen one of those fences actually locked. I'm sure it's possible, I've just never seen it. So yeah, we're not going inside. Just taking a quick peek to see if there's anybody in the immediate vicinity. How is my... We're pretty good on 7.62. How's my... oh yeah, let's open another box, 357, and get it in the bandolier. I'm going to stay mobile for a moment, because if I see a massive group of them, I might want to fall back and make sure that I actually have the ability to fall back. Those guys out there have no idea how to get to me. Sucks to be them. For anybody joining, welcome. This is it. This is the military research facility. Took us a hot minute to get here. Took us the better part of 8.5 hours to get here. Some of that was due to stuff that we brought on ourselves. Alright, strategically, I do not think it's going to cost me anything to... Well, I want to think long and hard before I open up any of these unbreakable walls, because they are my friend for now. For now. Hello. A little bit of lag. Yeah, those lag spikes are interesting. Very interesting. Let's just do a key check, cursory key check. Of course. I could use welding to disassemble it. I'm going to use my sledgehammer instead. Yeah, those lag spikes are very interesting. I've never seen lag spikes like that in the vast majority of circumstances. I'm on the space bar. Hello. Oh, look at that. There's a blue generator in there. No fuel. Huh. Perfect sports car battery in a fucking military research facility. Okay. Beyond 150 viewing distance. In what context? Is that like 150 viewing distance away from a large group of Zeds? Now, I don't want to assume that that didn't bring anybody out of the interior. And in fact, out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to go ahead and fall back. Oh, I see. Okay. The layout of this place is making a little bit more sense now. Now, I may close and reopen the game after I mean, honestly, I might just close and reopen the game after I get out of the courtyard here. I don't want to be fighting any large number of zombies with lag spikes like that. Well, if closing and reopening the game doesn't do the trick, then we'll definitely give that a shot. Oh, and there it's... Okay, it hasn't stopped. Yeah, no, I'm just going to, as soon as we get out back to the guardhouse, I'm just going to close and reopen the game. See if that has a positive effect. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Potential flankers. Fuck you. Touch my fucking trunk. All of my hate. We did have stutters like this when we were messing around in Louisville. And this is giving me the same kind of vibes. Alright, I'm just going to shut the engine off and yeah, just close and reopen the game. See if that has an impact. I mean, we've been at this for 9 hours and 40 minutes, so that was probably, could have been a memory leak. Steam decided to email me that I got a bunch of awards. Apparently somebody did read my stupid ass rant about yeah, some people did enjoy my little rant there. I'm somewhat active on the Steam forums. Somewhat. Every once in a while I'll find a thread and go nuts with it. Now, if that does make the stutters go away, the real question is how long are they gone for? When do they come back? Now, depending on how the parking lot looks, we might do a bombing there. I mean, that would probably be the last safe place to do a bombing here, because I don't want to set this place on fire. And because I don't want to set this place on fire, I won't be able to be using my aerosol bombs indoors. Parking lot's not as big as I thought. And look at that. Okay, we got a group right there. That's a survivor zombie right there. Well, I have no idea. That could just be a dude with a bag. Yeah, this is not really worth a bomb. Not with all this shotgun ammo we're carrying around. So what I'm going to do is I am going to put the shotgun on my back, and I'm going to put the rifle away, and we're going to stay foot mobile, which means I'm going to need to get some extraneous stuff out of my bag so that I'm not too heavy right now. In fact, we're going to put the satchel away. Yeah, that's going to take care of that problem. We're going to put the satchel away. Alright, weight problem solved. Yeah. I am not ready for a horde yet. I would like to clear the parking lot, so I'm not going to discharge any firearms too close to the doors. I'm willing to bet that all the stuttering we're seeing is probably from... Ooh. Look at this. Any zombies on the other side of that fence will be coming around the fence and flanking us from the woods here. So I am definitely not cutting off the engine. Not cutting off the engine, leaving the van running and pulling back a little bit. Alright. Let's... You know what? Let's armor up. Right, I have this shemagh specifically because the bandana is the incorrect color. Now we're a match. Hell yeah. Alright, I have to expect targets to come from behind as soon as I start shooting here. They're coming from behind. Ah, fucking car. The car just ate one of my bullets. Ooh, somebody's got a military backpack already. Falling back. Whenever there are loose numbers of low shamblers like these guys, I will always fall back to melee if the opportunity presents itself. Because melee, well, it don't cost me no bullets now, does it? Not bad. Let's see if this backpack guy had anything. Nope. I'll take his tags, though. Thank you, Roger Haynes. They're all slow. Okay, so assuming KTO is 100% correct, that the we're going to have a billion zombies coming out from inside, let's go ahead and get this parking lot set up for a pipe bomb, or an aerosol can bomb. Neat. This has got some pretty okay parts on it. So we definitely don't want to be shooting this one up. Let's use the ambulance to get it out of the way. We don't have a lot of room to maneuver in here, but I do think we'll have enough to get a pipe bomb going. Or I mean, you know, I keep saying pipe bomb. There's not going to be any pipe bombs. I ain't got no recipe for no pipe bombs. Look at that, we even got the keys to it. This is one of the many reasons I brought the battery charger. We got a battery charger back at base. However, I will probably end up trading most of the parts from this Franklin volley in here. Sorry, from this, whatever the fuck this is. This van. Franklin volley is a six-seater. Whatever the fuck this van's brand name is called. We'll probably end up using its parts on the fire truck, because we found a 93 quality fire truck, and it is going to be one of the good trunk ones, because it spawned in under the latest version. Alright, so there's not too much else we can do. Let's go ahead and get the bomb set here. I need to turn the AC on. We're wearing too many layers. Here is ETC bag. Let us take one remote aerosol bomb and one remote controller to link it to. It is now linked to channel 86K. Arm and set right here. We're going to use this lamp post on this side. So the way I understand it is there is no entrance from the left or the right here. They can only come out the front. And therefore, we will use that to our advantage. I might end up using some 9mm here as the situation calls for it. Yeah, perhaps if there's any we can catch on the way out of flopping out through the window. If anybody can be caught in that spot, we'll do that. We don't actually have anything to cut trees with right now. So we're just gonna have to deal with the fact that there's trees there. I don't like that. But I did not replace the the axe in my ambulance field kit, so. Here goes nothing. What's up, uglies? This feels like a fucking trap right here. This feels like a fucking trap. Somebody bothered to lock the doors. The sink did not work with what we initially had. What we initially had was a trough. The trough did not work. So we had to come back with with some nails that we got elsewhere, and then with the nails that we got elsewhere, we built some proper rain barrels and then plumbed it. So it worked eventually, but the idea we had of using a trough, that did not work, sadly. It did capture rainwater, though. We made use of that rainwater. I would definitely have not have done that if didn't at least capture rainwater for later use. Look at that, mannequins. Wait a minute, the fuck? I know I saw a mannequin there. Oh, yeah, there we go. Capture the flag time. One of the most hard to get flags in the game, probably. But no. Damn it. Kill the fucking... There we go. Kill the rats. I don't really care about the windows. Okay, so... what am I seeing right here? What I'm seeing is... this window right here, and we go around here to this window right here. That negates any utility based on, or any utility that may be gained from this fence out here is all rendered null and void by this these windows. The zombies can figure out how to do this, how to get around through there. So that fence out there around the generators around back is no help to us. Ah, just a break room. Literal dead-end break room. Give me some coffee. Come on now. Ah, hey. The military research facility doesn't disappoint. Every other break room in the game has a chance to disappoint, but not this place. Actually, we probably just got lucky. We probably just got lucky. Whatever. You know, I didn't intend on hitting Q. I'm gonna roll with it, though. Spare furniture. Okay, so we do have 2 doors here. Both are intact. So if somebody comes from the other side, we'll hear it. What? Okay, that's a meme right there. Look at that. It's a door to a dead end. We can't even do that. Players can't build like that. The devs can, though. That's silly. Almost as if this place is not received very much attention. Pretty much nothing but cleaning supplies. That's okay. I do actually have a spare generator. And I'm not opposed to doing that. Lighting up the whole building. Yeah, you know what? Okay, here's how we're gonna play this. I know exactly how we're gonna play this. We don't have an axe with us right now, of all the things to forget. So fuck it, we're gonna go get one. We're gonna go get an axe. We should have an axe with us at all times. It should not even be a question. Now, we're also getting fatigued, so we might as well get a... We're gonna sleep. We're gonna get a night's sleep. We'll come back here as an overnight task and get the generator plugged in. But there's a reason I need to go get an axe, and it does have to do with the generator. That was a really pretty black cat. Slightly green, never mind. My standards for a black cat are through the roof at this point. I have no need for something that is slightly not the correct color. No, it won't be. the place that we were just in, that was not looted and trashed. It's supposed to look like that, with the random papers on the floor and stuff like that. That's normal. It's supposed to look like that. Alright, sledgehammer, that is not our red one. We want to load that up. There's a wood axe. I don't really want to take a whole wood axe, that's a lot. We can leave some of this stuff behind here. The steel sheet, rope, spare welder mask, car battery for a sports car. I don't even think we'll be able to make use of that. At least not out here. Oh, my axe is over here. Perfect. Yeah. We have another sledgehammer, but it's the pretty kind. I don't want to waste the pretty kind. Alright, so it's slightly early to sleep, but I'm going to go ahead and take my armor off and then sleep. We just need to take off the bone fingerless gauntlets, the ice hockey neck guard, the helmet, and the thigh guards. We take those off, and well, the discomfort will go away. Everything else that we're wearing is warm, very warm, but otherwise acceptable. Sounds about right. If I was going to make a mod like that, I would have just made it so that cars don't require keys. I mean, I actually thought there was a sandbox setting that where you could just turn off cars needing to have keys. I always found that to be part of the appeal, but hey, options are good for everybody. We are just going to start getting any leftover meat that we have in the fridge as opposed to the freezer. Stuff whatever we can into these roasts. Lest it go stale. So, fun story about this beef and mutton. This is because our cows back at Riverside had babies and then stopped feeding them. Natural selection occurred. I did not have to kill them. They just killed themselves by not feeding their young. Sucks to be them. Most of these herbs came straight from my garden, and I enjoy that tremendously. I don't actually have to cook it right now, but that's fine. There's nothing else to do at the in the immediate moment while I wait for optimal bedtime. These ended up being 80 roasts. We've got several chickens here to go through, and they're all going stale. So I'm actually going to make some chicken salads. We're going to make some, how are we going to do this? How about we do a chicken and cabbage salad? That sounds like something delicious. In order to do that, we got to cut up, we're going to cut up 2 of the chickens and then just straight up toss the fillets, legs, and wings straight up in the oven. Sweet. That's 460 salads right there. I'm gonna throw the rest of the way because I'm sick of I'm so sick of leftovers right now. Might seem wasteful, but honestly, we're already having trouble with making use of it all. Sweet. I honestly might put these into the freezer if there's room. Oh yeah, there's room. Absolutely. All right, and that is our bedtime right there. Rather well timed, if I do say so myself. 22:30 is our ideal bedtime. Yeah, it is weird how we can't have oven timers. Just timers that go ding. It might be a minute before we get more zombies. I'm going to go ahead and put the music back on, because it seems the game's music has decided to stop playing again. Might not be anything we can do about that other than just this. Alright, we're going to need gas. Wait a minute, hang on. The game's music started playing again. Ha! I like that. My playlist selected the same track as what the game was about to play. We got 3/4 of a tank in here. We can afford to siphon another out. So this will be for the blue generator that we're going to bring with us. Oh, I shouldn't be eating this 80 roast yet. We still have 100 in the trunk that I forgot about. And there is some floodlights we should bring with us. There was no need to leave one all the way back here by the other freezers. Convert this one into a battery-powered one when the time comes. Stutters again. Interesting. There are multiple reasons for that, but the most pertinent is to remove the obstructions. The second most is we're going to put a generator on the roof so that we can get light inside. In order to get onto the roof, we're going to need stairs. For that, we're going to need nails. We didn't bring nails because I'm an idiot. Actual literal idiot, so we'll dismantle some furniture. Well, I can't disassemble furniture if I don't have my if I don't have my fucking satchel here. I suppose I can take the shotgun off and put the satchel on. Alright, fine. Oh great, rain. That'll make things ever so slightly annoying if we have to go fight outside. That's somebody's watch going off. That ain't mine. Hey, look at that. Somebody left a box of 38 Special in here. I think we just need 8 nails, so if we just get 2 out of this. Perfect. 13 planks ought to be no problem. We'll get 4, or sorry, we'll get 12 from those 4 logs. up to 10 hours, so we are actually time limited, unfortunately. YouTube will not record anything that I stream longer than 12 hours. And the cutoff, the actual hard cutoff, is somewhere like 11 hours and 56 minutes, something like that. So we do have to start thinking about a long-term strategy. I'm definitely not going to be able to finish this entire place, as much as I'd love to. So we may finish off what we've started today, tomorrow morning. Now these walls here in front of the upper floor count as a low fence. So I could flip over it, but I'm going to go get the sledgehammer and get rid of it anyway. And then I'm just going to leave the sledgehammer here, because this is where I'm going to use it. I don't need to keep bringing it back and forth. Same with his floodlights. Now there is roof access up here, all the way down there, so I'll have to keep that in mind. Okay, we got the way open. Let's bring the generator up here, gas it up, and check to see how much it is powering. Remember, there's going to be a lot of lights, possibly way more than we need. Shit like desk lights can go fly a kite. Yeah, we'll just try like right in the corner of the fence for now. See how far that reaches. Alright, it is powering one fridge, and I would prefer that it not power a fridge, but otherwise it's nothing but lights. And we're getting pretty good coverage from up here. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it back off. We're going to head back and sleep, and then tomorrow morning we are going to actually go in there and see how far we can get. I do still have a bomb planted in the parking lot. Who knows if we're going to need it or not. We're going to find that out. Night shifts. It sucks. Not a fan of them personally. But yeah, we're making ingress. We'll see how this plays out. Forgot the gloves. Gotta take those off too, otherwise discomfort will reduce the effectiveness of our sleep. I cannot keep forgetting that I left the roast bag here. I need to eat this. It's been out of the fridge for a day. Alright, second sleep is a go. So honestly, I'm not too worried about the rain. It is slated to be done by the end of the day. But we might be indoors for a bit. It depends on how things look in there. Rather interestingly, the stuttering stopped when we got out of range of the area, so I am going to try what our gentleman in the chat there mentioned. We're going to see if we maybe reducing the max zoom helps. Play and performance. Is it? Oh, right. Okay, so we've removed or reduced the amount of zoom out that we can do. We'll see if that helps with the stuttering. I'll be real with you guys. I'm skeptical that it's going to help. I'm feeling some stutter. But let's gear up. As you guys can see, our protection level is 50% or above on the entire body now, at the cost of some rather annoying discomfort. Come on, shut the light off. There we go. Of course, the fucking floor lights out here are too far away. No, we're not doing that. Ooh, security room, and that's it. Security door. You know, I really don't like it when these hallways tell me where to go. This is one reason we have the sledgehammer with us. But this is a dead end back here. Let's get rid of this fridge. It's just going to waste our generator's strength. Oh no, somebody died. Oh no. Alright, sledgehammer's out here. Let's grab that. Now, the floodlights out here, they're way too far away to actually be of any use. They won't be attached to the generator, but if we bring them in here, and maybe put them right here, that's close enough. Now, the question, of course, is which one of these walls to sledge. I don't yet know, so I'm going to leave the sledge here for now. Well, actually, no, we need to break that security door. Now this makes a lot of noise, so I'm not even going to run in there. I'm going to fall back, and I'm just going to chill here for a moment. If anybody heard that and is on their way over here, then so be it. Bring it on this way, folks. Just bring it on this way. I think I put my shotgun in the trunk. Alright. Another security door there. That looks like a door with a stairway behind it. I'm not even going to touch that yet. Sweet, okay. This is very doable right here. Call this the briefing room. This looks like bathrooms. Just because it's, you know, two doors right next to each other, small rooms, most likely. Doesn't mean there's no Zeds in there. In fact, bathroom Zeds are very much a thing. Oh, this leads to the back room. Cool. Alright, I got a slightly better understanding of the place now. I'm also sweaty. Super sweaty. Because all we've been doing is running around a little bit while overdressed. And because of that, we are now drenched in sweat. Believe it or not, I could get sick from being this sweaty. That is actually a thing. We'll call that MX maintenance. Alright, so yeah, straight through the briefing room and to the corner here. Right, I didn't leave it running. But I did bring bath towels. That'll help you with the sweat. No, I was not expecting there to be too many Zeds up here. Honestly, I have always felt like this place was going to be a trap. And, yeah. No, we are fully expecting it to be a trap. The trap involves, the underfloors. Because right now we're just seeing the surface level. There are quite a few levels below the surface level. It's just an FPS locker back here. Federal Protective Services, probably. Or actually, maybe not. No, that's who I'm used to dealing with. But DOD would probably have their own people. Where's my light switch for this hallway? I think there's one right here. Thank you. I see the way to the roof there. So this is not a evidence locker, not like a law enforcement building. In a law enforcement building, you could find all kinds of crazy stuff in a filing room like this because it would be an evidence locker, which means, you know, evidence includes things like weapons. But no, not in this place. This is ain't no weapons there. Oh, there's another way to the roof back there. Interrogation room, it looks like. We are now out of range of the generator, which is fun. Ooh, this must be where they, this is actually observation room. Yeah, looks like they were trying to have somebody, somebody dress dress an injury of some sort in here. To be a fly on the room, to be a fly on the wall in here. Alright, what have we got in these crates? Jack shit. Yeah. We got Jack and shit, and Jack left town. Pop the door. Alright, let's see what the roof looks like from down here. I thought it was a little weird that it looks like we had roof access. We don't. This is just a radio room. That makes sense. There's literally a radio tower above us. What? Now that is sus right there. Look at that. Key, question mark. Alright then. Alright, I'll take a key to question mark. I've never seen that before. I don't even think the game lets you set custom names with a question mark on it. So we got a key to something. That's a little sus. I've never seen anything like that before. Well, I think I know where the downstairs is, but we're going to look through the rest of this place first. We're actually exerted from all this running around with full kit. So we're going to have a bite to eat and take a break. Actually, no, we can't take a break. We literally cannot take a break because we are extremely uncomfortable from all the gear we're wearing. We actually have to take our gear off and just give it a rest. Because right now, because of this gear that's making us extremely uncomfortable, we're not regenerating any stamina at all. That's why we got exerted just now. We weren't even that heavily over-encumbered. But we sit down for a few minutes like that, and we're good. And now I put my gear right the fuck back on because I'll be damned if I don't treat this place like death could be around any corner. Oh, right, we're also at stage 4 encumbrance right now. I didn't even register that. Ooh, look, weapons locker. We're not going to get an M16. I don't know why I'm excited. Of course we can't. Oh, look, an M1A. Ah. Of course, it's a fucking military facility. And yet, a bunch of handgun shit. Because, of course, yeah. Don't pay attention to the fact that the military doesn't generally issue handguns to people. Or, you know, officers more than anybody. Free attachments, though. That's nice. Some of these M9 magazines are full of bullets. The ones that are, go with me. The ones that aren't, go in the bag. Honestly, this one right here that's already got laser sights and tritium pistol sights on it, I might hold on to that. Hey, a Shell's bandolier. Don't know if I would ever use that because almost any time I would ever rock a shotgun, it would also be I would also be rocking other types of weaponry. There is a small possibility that this will be the only guns that I find here. I don't know what we'll find underground. I'm perfectly okay with it if we find more guns underground, but I have no idea what to expect down there. We might find literally nothing but zombies. I am prepared for that eventuality if it comes. We're gonna have to go do a delivery. We don't have enough room to hand carry everything. Or, well, we do if I if I wanted to drop my my primary weapon and just run around defenseless. Not in here. Fuck that. Absolutely not. Getting how much of a maze this place is. Yeah, no, there will be more zombies. Don't worry. They're all downstairs right now. We killed everybody out front. We did a full perimeter sweep, and everybody who was out front has been wiped out. So everybody at surface level is gone for the moment. There are going to be many more below surface level, and we will deal with them after I want to secure all assets up here first. M1A is kind of a meme, but we have one now if we actually want one. Okay, that's everything in the lockers. Stupid ass dead end hallway back here. It is infuriating to say the least. That's almost a full ambulance right there, but like I said, we've hit the surface level and that's it. Alright, so here's our plan. We expect that there's tons of them in there. The question is, when they get out here, how to deal with them. We've already got a bomb planted, and that bomb is right here, on this street lamp. See, I expected there to be a... I mean, I was questionable as to whether there would be any in the immediate building, and there was basically none. But there will be plenty in here as soon as we open the way for them. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm sure some people would prefer to have multiple, or would prefer to have a very clear route, or you know, kill corridors and whatnot. I'm not that interested in that. I actually want the zombies to flow. This is kind of a philosophy I take with 7 Days to Die. I prefer that the zombies move in a predictable direction. We're going to take a quick break because we are once again over encumbered and not regaining stamina. I just got fatigued. Fuck you. I'm not fatigued right now. The absolute fuck am I going to not deal with that bullshit? We're gonna drink some coffee. Wait, where is my coffee? Did I not put it in the right bag? Yeah, you know what? Caffeine pills. We've got more where that came from, so we're not too worried about that. But no, I'm not getting cut off by fatigue right now at 1600 hours. Fuck that. Alright, geared back up, well rested. Let's just grab some water real quick. Might be our last opportunity to do so for a minute. And let's just take it on a leap of faith that we're going to need the shotgun. We're going to use, instead of my long tube shotgun, I am going to take my sawed-off. No strips, recoil pad. We don't have a cannon on that, and we can't have a cannon on this. The sawn-off shotgun can't have a cannon mod. Is what it is. Now, are you telling me that there's not going to be any on the floors in between? Because that's what I'm expecting right now. If I'm wrong, then so be it. Oh, wait, I thought this was the... Huh. Okay, never mind. I actually thought that was the route to the basement, but it's not. I'm sure it'll be here in the... Where's my sledgehammer? I left it on the floor because of course I did. God damn it. Fucking sweat. This is getting tiresome. Problem is, I'm used to running everywhere, and I'm not typically this well covered. Well, I wonder which direction we should go, boys. I wonder which direction we should go. Okay, there it is. All right, then. I need the muscle strain to go away before I swing the sledge again. Now that is necessary because I would very much love for anybody coming up here to be flipping over that, I mean, it's basically a low fence right there is what that is. I'm going to go ahead and drop the sledge here for now. This is not casual violence against animals. This is an attempt to make the game a little bit more stable. Having animals in addition to zombies in this number is not good for long-term stability. For all I know, it may even contribute to the frame rate issue. There's the clinic. Hate not being strength level 10. There is a reason I brought the barbell and the dumbbell. There was a part of me that really wanted to just finish my strength training before doing this operation. But no, it's too late now. We've only got about 1 hour left. Okay, so now I know what to sledge next. Now, rather curiously, based on where the okay, so based on where the basement is, we would actually be better off just leading them straight outside through the back here. Yeah. Okay. That's how we're gonna do this. We're not even gonna look down there yet. I hate muscle strains so goddamn much. Specifically with sledgehammers. I can deal with it with weapons, but sledgehammers. This is just fuck you, play the game slower is all it is. Oh fuck, come on, really? I've got to move this shit out of the corner here. Now I should be able to take out this corner wall. Okay, so this right here, this will take them straight out of the basement and straight up here. I do spot a homie over there. We're gonna kill him with something. I honestly expected that the stairs to the lower levels would be in a more central location. Yeah, that is most likely what's going to happen before we go down there, is we're going to go get the ambulance and bring it around. Remember, I'm not necessarily thinking about escape, I'm thinking about where do I want to bring them. But yeah, where do I want to bring them to fight them? Oh, I shouldn't have left the sledgehammer back there. Because I do want to sledge, basically just have a way straight through the upper floor, from one side to the other. Perfect. Alright. Now, in order to go all the way around, we've got to go all the way around. Like, we're talking all the way around. Shit. I'm feeling like I should... Okay, you know what? There they are. Yeah, there is no escape route around back. It's almost like this place was very specifically engineered to ensure that the back door is inconvenient. Now, I can use sledgehammers to make it more convenient. I'm not doing that. Okay. Let's see what this place has to offer. Where's the switch for this hallway? There it is. Damn it, that's too far. Fuck. That actually makes me want to... I'm not gonna move the generator, but I am gonna take my floodlights. Okay, we're out of range. Battery connector it is. Alright, down we go. I'm out of water. Or, like, almost out of water. It's the fucking sweating. Just running around constantly sweating all the goddamn time. That is, eating away at my water supply. Damn it. There is no stopping it. If I'm wearing the stupid kit, then I am over encumbered. Fuck. Just gonna have to fucking deal with it, I guess. I need all of my gear. I'm gonna take the satchel off and leave it out here. I can live without the satchel for now. All I really, really, really would want is the claw hammer at least. And coffee just in case. Okay. We can live like this. Oh, wait a minute. You know, before I even... Okay, I don't actually have the key to this place. Just because I got a key to a question mark. No, we don't actually have the key to this place. So, sledgehammering it is. Yeah, okay, so it's going to be a trap all the way down at the bottom, is it? Okay. I see how it is, yep. Oh, this is rich. Alright. Now what this means... Well, this doesn't really mean anything necessarily that bad. I was kind of expecting there to be, like, little groups of them on the stairs. There don't have to be. I'm okay with it if there's not. How's my flashlight battery is okay-ish. We've got multiple backups on standby. I do enjoy that we actually still get light all the way down here. But this will probably be the last floor where we have any natural light. Yeah, look at that. Where'd we go? You ever seen that A24 movie called Warfare? I'm starting to get those vibes right now. There's there was the guy in the squad who was the designated sledgehammer guy. He had a sledgehammer in his rucksack. Oh, we've got high muscle strain now. So you know what? Just gonna sit down and take a little break. Freddy or Jason. Alright, muscle strain's gone. Proceeding. Thankfully, not every single floor has a security door, so... What kind of security... What did they keep down here? I wonder indeed what they would possibly be keeping down here. Did you guys hear that? We found him. We found him. Okay. Okay. This is the most dangerous thing I've ever done in Project Zomboid. You know what? Let's just get ahead of it right now. Let's switch my flashlight battery now. Come on. Come on, break it. I hate stress so much. I actually wasn't expecting to be stressed straight to 100, but shotguns actually will. Come on. That's more like it. Help her break it. We're good. Just fucking break the door. Any day, sweetheart. Any day. This is getting tiresome. Come on, idiots. There's going to be plenty more than that. See, we can actually catch them on the stairs even if we can't see them. All we need is to wait for the crosshair to turn, red. If we got a red crosshair, we can shoot something. It's, I guess this is the Zomboid equivalent of seeing some kind of movement and just shooting at it. But this is why we were so meticulous at clearing the upper floors. The last thing we ever want right now is to be pincered. Gotta watch out for crawlers. Now remember, Zomboid rule number 1, don't be a hero. But I'm in control of this situation as long as I don't get more than 3 or 4 in a straight line on me here. You notice that our stress is gone. Guns actually remove a lot of stress. Shotguns, I feel like they're actually one of the quickest ways to remove stress in the game is to get a multi-hit with a shotgun. Ammo check. We are 123 shotgun shells. It's starting to feel like they're moving a little, they're flowing a little bit better. We haven't reached stage 2 stink yet, so the Shimaz is holding strong for now. This may be a situation where we'll need the gas mask eventually. We do have one on standby. No crosshair, really. Okay. Yeah. Y'all don't fool me with that bullshit. .357 is great. I like it. Okay. Gripping my mouse too hard. We do need to eat. We do need to eat. We're not at stage 2 hunger yet, but if we get to stage 2 hunger, then our equipment loadout becomes too heavy. Probably should have taken a bite to eat before they, I don't know. That security door was sussing me out. Let's walk and eat at the same time here. Wait a minute, where's my roast? Oh, did I really finish off my fucking roast? That's not good. Okay, we actually have to fall back then. I don't have any food. Of all the dumb reasons to fall back. Wait a minute. They are all downstairs, I believe. Maybe this lady with the military backpack has got a granola bar or some shit. Nope, no such luck. Hey, look, another key to question mark. Of all the things, really. Now, I do have... I have coffee. And the coffee actually will reduce my hunger a little bit. Yeah. You know what? I don't want to lose my progress just because I'm a little hungry. We're gonna go ahead and drink the coffee. Hey, there's a Fed here. I think we've seen about 3 or 4 feds, actually. Opening another box, 357, shoving it into the bandolier. Okay. We just got sick. We're falling back to the next level. Am I going insane, or does that sound like it might be above us? No, it's not above us. They just, for some reason, they weren't making noise when we were down there, but now they are. I can't shake the feeling that that's coming from above us. And that's driving me nuts. Okay, it's not above us. What's up, Fed? Right over here. And a duffel bag. With nothing in it, of course. Gum. Yeah, alright, that'll really help with the hunger problem, I guess. We're now at stage 2, bad smell from this area. So of course, trying to go upstairs to get rid of the sickness is not helping. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go get my floodlight. This is one hell of a Fed. She was dual-wielding SN-38. Fuck you. I'm trying to loot a Fed right now. Mandy Christmas. That's funny for many reasons. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna go back upstairs and get my floodlight and bring it back down here. That should hopefully... What's going on with the sound? Great, okay. We'll take that light down with us when we come back. I'm going to go ahead and actually probably go get a night's sleep if I can. I don't know if the game will let me. It might be, it might not be possible to sleep yet. Would like to empty some stuff out of my backpack and get some more stuff put in. My patrol revolver has seen better days. If I have a spare, I should probably replace it. Of course I have a spare. What am I talking about? It's just a question of where exactly it is. And that's the trunk of the ambulance full. Yeah, we should definitely go drop some stuff off. It wouldn't do for us to finish killing all the zombies down there and then have nowhere to put all the loot that we're gonna get. food we have. Imagine running out of it. Alright, I'm not tired enough to sleep right now, but I'm going to... Well, let's actually get rid of all this shit that's going rotten. Fuck all of this food that's going rotten on me. This is why we have a trash can. Hate watching my own stuff go rotten. So we did not blow through all of our shotgun ammo. We still had about 80 shells left. Still not tired enough to sleep. That coffee really fucks me up. I really would prefer to try to sleep if I can while I'm here, but I have no idea what my fatigue levels are. I'm going to rest until 6 a.m., and if I can't sleep at 6 a.m., then I'll have to consider it a lost cause and just continue. Yep, it's a lost cause. Fuck it. So we're going to take both of these roasts with us. That'll be sufficient food. Alright, we've also got time as a consideration to worry about. Yeah, we've only got about 20 minutes left. So I'm going to see what kind of a dent I can make in 20 minutes. But we're going to have to fall back because YouTube will quite literally cut me off at, yeah, like 11 hours, 56 minutes, and like 56 seconds, some stupid number like that. Now, I can keep streaming. The problem is, it'll no longer record anything after that. So anybody who's not watching live won't be able to see what happens, and that's no good. I know I have a shout out to my folks who actually watch my stuff after it's live. I appreciate you guys just as much. But yeah, we're not gonna. I mean, it's just for my own personal health, so I don't need to be streaming longer than 12 hours a day. I really could, and I have before, but it's not a good habit to be in. Honestly, the trunk of the ambulance is so loaded that we're just going to take some ammo from the ambulance. Or not even from the ambulance. We're going to take the step van because it's empty. Just give me one of them there shotgun cartons. And I know somewhere I should have a, I know somewhere I have a, give me that, huh. I swear I had a, gas mask, there it is. And this one has actually got a filter that is rather fresh. So, we do have something more powerful than just a bandana. Now, we don't want to actually put the gas mask on until we're down there, and fuck, the gas mask is going to fuck our glasses up. I don't even know if I'll be able to shoot well with the gas mask on. We're going to find out. Yeah, I'm not doing an encore today. Not today. See, now in the past, another thing that I've done is I've just continued streaming. Now, if I was going to do an encore, what I would do is I would just keep streaming, and then I would just manually stop and restart the recording that I have on my end. and then just upload the missing segment as a separate video. But yeah, this is where we'll start putting loot, because we'll have plenty of room now. Wait a minute, what was I saying? Oh, right, a carton of 12 gauge. We can leave that out here for now. If I need to open another carton of 12 gauge, then I'll be coming back up here anyway. Hello. Really? How did we get somebody make it all the way up here? I'm genuinely impressed somebody made it all the way upstairs. I was not expecting anybody to have the attention span to actually follow us all the way up. Hello. She almost got me by hiding in that exact spot. Okay, I'm gonna just put the floodlights off of my inventory because right now they're really weighing me down. Okay, I'm glad that I can see them through the, I didn't know that I could see them through the stairs like that. That is extremely helpful. So remember, I'm not going by whether I can actually see them. I'm going by whether I see the crosshair turn red. To be honest, I don't really care where they're at. If I see the crosshair turn red, I'm gonna fucking shoot. Because even if I don't kill them, I'm gonna ragdoll them, and that's sometimes just as important. But yeah, we've cleared at least a few floors. Let's go ahead and bring the lights further down. Go ahead and deploy him here. Oh, so the hazmat suit has oxygen tanks. But of course the hazmat suit cannot be repaired. And I can't wear a backpack while carrying or while wearing it. There's somebody hiding around this corner. Maybe not. Okay. Doesn't have to be. Okay. Let's bring the light down. I don't really feel like I didn't feel like shooting right there because the goal right now is to try to get the light down. Oops. Just place it right here. The light will go down far enough that it'll probably reach the bottom floor from here. I like how can you guys see this? The whatchamacallit, the Zed's sticking through the sidewall there. I'm gonna move up a floor here and have a quick bite to eat. Interesting that the temperature has gone down to 57 Fahrenheit. I wonder if that's because just of how far below ground we are. Fascinating. Okay, so here's what we're going to do now that we're here. Ooh, keyring. Hey, another key to a question mark. I get the distinct feeling that that's not going to be the key we're looking for. But, okay, so we have a noise generator right here. I kind of want to use the noise generator. It's on channel 59K here. Now, there's a possibility that the noisemaker will never stop making noise. And if that happens, then so be it. Wait, hang on. Didn't I just trigger it? I clicked the button and nothing's happening. Okay, we'll do it this way then. Really? I mean, okay. I have other ways of making noise. I just didn't want to waste any ammo. Oh, I hate this. Okay, decontamination hallway. I don't usually consider stealth. Especially because normally what I want to do is find out where the big groups are. I don't care about one-offs. Why did I just get panicked? What did you see in this direction? There's nothing in this direction. Okay. I'm starting to understand why we're hearing so many mouth breathers, but not seeing as many. Because that. Not really, but... There are some actually just right on the other side of the decontamination hallway there. However, we're not seeing... they don't even really register that we're here because of there's just that many walls. They have no path to us. I can't shake the feeling that there's something left in this room area, but there's nothing. Oh, okay, we can actually use... This is a bit of a cheap tactic, but we can tell that there's nothing in this direction, because as you can see, there's no... the walk to shows a red square. So we have absolutely nothing on the other side of this wall here. This wall, however, as you can see, it's green. So there's stuff over there. But this room, we know there's nothing beyond it in this direction. It definitely seems like most of them are coming from this direction, so... Oh, great, we're fucking sick again. God damn it. Alright, how's our flashlight battery holding up? How far away do I have to fucking be from the corpse pile? Does this place not have HVAC? It's probably not powered. I cannot. Now, again, this gas mask, it's not a good idea because then I can't see very well. That would be no problem if I was just shooting at a stairwell. But we're not just shooting at a stairwell anymore. We need to see what's down the hall from us. I still have a bad stench in this fucking room. We're on the other side of, like, multiple walls from the corpse pile. Okay. So, right here. This is far enough away. Okay. We've only got about 10 minutes left down here, then we're going to have to head out here. Unfortunately, it took us all of 11 hours to get down here. Okay, just a couple down here. Hello. You didn't see me, did you? I wonder what's going on with that guy. Interesting attention span problem. Okay, here we go. There's some loot right there. Oh dear. Okay, Okay, okay. That could have ended so unbelievably badly. Deep breaths. We're clear. Well, we're not clear, but we're good. Well, the stairwell could have been a lot worse. We ended up getting really lucky with the stairwell. There were a lot of potential visibility problems that could have made the stairwell 100 times harder than it actually was. But the stairwell is actually our best friend right now. If we have to fall back to the stairwell, this actually gets easier. I just kind of, well, there's nowhere to stand right now where I'm not going to get sick. Okay, falling back. Might have to smoke a joint or something before the beginning of next stream. It's not very often that I just, at the very beginning of a stream, I don't usually just jump right into hardcore combat. I might have to take a, I don't know, do something to warm up tomorrow. Alright. But, I mean, okay, so it's not just the ticking clock, right? YouTube is going to cut me off in approximately 16 minutes. So that's one factor, but there's also the sickness factor. I just can't spend that much time in this stairwell at once. And it's probably for the best that I don't. Now, you can say that this is a little cheesy, that we're using the stairwell like this. I would disagree with you very strongly, though, because I do believe that this is exactly something that, you know, Special Forces were trying to clear a bunch of zombies. That's your sweet ass. They've been shooting through whatever they can shoot through. So, of course, they probably have a better plan as a team than what I'm doing right here. In real life, there's so many more options than this. I mean, assuming zombies always get attracted by sound, some daisy-chained noisemakers, one on each floor, until you just lure them all up the stairs and out the door. That is probably something that, well, I wish we could do that. But as we just discovered, noisemakers don't seem to be functioning properly. Oh, we're out of 357. Okay, opening 2 boxes of 357 here. Said I'm trying to open some boxes of ammo, you asshole. 9 mil time. Anyway, as I was. Can I put the ammo in my bandolier, maybe? Gotta do things in phases here. There we go. Alright, ammo in the bandolier. This may be the first time I ever allow zombies with military backpacks to just decay. There's just too many of them. And I can't keep spending time down here. We're at stage 2 sickness now. I'm pretty sure at stage 2 sickness you actually start having problems with your, like it starts objectively fucking with your, aiming and damage capabilities. Okay, yeah, we need to fall back. There's just no good options. I mean, maybe the dust mask. I think I can wear a dust mask with, I think I can wear a dust mask with a, while still wearing glasses. The dust mask might actually be our best option. As far as I know, dust mask can completely eliminate that which the, I love shotguns so much. Okay, that feels pretty good. Yeah, there's still plenty more to go, but we've cleared a chunk of them. So we're gonna fall back and we're gonna shut the. We don't need this running while we're not here. To be entirely honest, I might just go back to base and then sleep. Just sleep the sickness off, because right now, sickness basically is just the only thing that cures it is time. Daylight. This Fed right here. I am impressed with this Fed. Oh, they got a patrol revolver that is probably in better condition than mine. Mine was actually, has taken some serious damage. So this guy's sidearm is now our sidearm. What was this guy's name? Dudley Barclay. Agent Barclay, thank you for your service and your sidearm. Alright, fuck up out of here. You know what I'm going to do? What I'm also going to do before we head out here? Let's make everything easier on ourselves. Let's just give ourselves a way all the way around from the outside here. I believe, now that I understand the layout of this place well enough, that if we sledgehammer out... Holy crap, I almost left my red sledgehammer here. Oh man, if I had forgotten that right there, I never would have found it again. I'm so glad I found that. But yeah, we use the sledgehammer that is not the red one, because the red one is special. It's red. When we get back, we'll sledgehammer 2 more of those walls away. Actually, there's no reason not to now. We'll take some muscle strain, but there's not going to be that many Zeds on the road. So we can now drive around the place much easier. I'm going to leave the trailer here. There's no reason bringing it back. That's a lot of negative moodles right there. But, yeah, that's to be expected. We're trying to keep ourselves physically protected while also doing some of the toughest shit to do in this game. Oh, how many zombies I've killed so far? Now, do remember that we're looking at 13,780 across about 14 months here. Close to 15 months. But what you're missing is all of my remote bombing activities don't get counted in the kill counter. When you use a remote activated bomb, it does not currently contribute to the player who detonated it. So that's unfortunate. Kills are just a number. I don't really care that much about kill count because, you know, zombies, there'll always be more zombies. But it is a fun thing to keep track of. Let's have a bite of this to eat. And then let's put the other roast back in the freezer. Or fridge, rather. Haven't even touched this one yet. So I'm going to wait till next time to handle the logistics of figuring out which patrol revolver to use. Maybe I have another one somewhere too. We're also going to strip the armor off because there is no point in... Oh wow, look at this. Our revolver is actually like down to only 1/5 integrity. It served us well, but it has run its course. We're going to leave it here as a decoration. And we've already got a replacement that we took from the special agent there. Alright, now, if we're going to go sleep, we need to pull the armor off. And there we go. A well-deserved rest. No longer stringing ourselves along on caffeine. And probably the best part about hitting this place is we don't have to worry about day or night. So that's a screenshot for the next, for the part here. I'll probably pull up the footage and scroll through it and put a, get a screenshot of the stairwell of death there. Alright folks, we've had a good one today. We're going to have another good one tomorrow here. Yeah, I'll handle all this debrief and sorting through all the stuff we brought back with us, get the ambulance sorted out, bring that one back with us. I'll be getting started tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern, but I'll definitely take a little bit of time before I go back down there, because I need to warm up. Whenever I start playing this game, I'm never usually at the top of my game right away, so I usually don't want to do major combat right off the bat. So we'll be starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow, but we will be easing into it, as it were. Alright, and the last thing we always do here is back up our save. This is part 40 of our journey through B42. So I'm just going to go to my Zomboid folder here, C, users, username Zomboid, go to saves, go to Apocalypse, sort it by date modified. Here's the most recent one. We're going to Control C that whole folder, and then go up to my backups folder here. And here's the folder with the same name, and we're going to create a new folder called 40. And then we are going to Control V and paste that whole folder in there. So our saves are now 1.9 gigabytes across 428,000 files. And it's only going to get bigger as we explore more. So, all right, folks, have a good one. I shall catch you guys in the next one. Peace out.